There we go. Just doing some last little setting changes and wow! How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you nerds doing? I was like, oh no, is my PC acting up again? Nah, I think we good. I think we Gucci. How's it going, everyone? How's it going, Matthew, on the YouTube side? And on the Twitch side, how you doing? Black Roses, congratulations on your first. How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Shark Ray? How you doing, Horror Loving? Noise. How you doing, V Architect? Yeah, it is me, man who paint rat. So today I'm not painting rat. I painted rat on Sunday though. I had a good rat painting streak. How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing, Bonnie? How you doing, K Mappy? And yeah, listen. How you doing, Utah? Like, no one can say that I don't paint rats. I'll say, how you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. Hell yeah. Like, no one can say I don't paint rats. Look at these lads. They're not done yet. But they're already looking really, really solid. I actually really like how their skin turned out. I've been using more and more of this dark ivory from Pro Acryl, and I really, really like it, actually. It's like a really, really good kind of like Rackar fleshy, actually kind of like more Pallid Witch fleshy, but I've been really, really enjoying it for stuff. I like your funny words, rat man. Hell yeah, let's go. Speaking about funny rat stuff, today, so I've been working on these guys for 2 weeks now. Nearly broke one of the bases. Let's not do that. Let's not break a base. These are harder for me to, like, they're all, like, nice and put together. I don't want to do that. But, I've been working on my Genestealers for Turnip28, and they're going pretty well. I have, like, a lot of stuff that's, like, really, really close to being done, but not quite. So today, the goal is to get that not quite done. Ooh, yeah, let me know how that's good, because I have been enjoying the Pro Acryl paints in general. Like, they're one of those ones that, like, I need a reason to order from Pro Acryl, but whenever I do, I'm never like, oh, this is bad. I'm always like, oh, this is pretty legit. I ain't doing nope. I'm dead. Yeah, how you doing, Charlie? Yeah, exactly. Man, I don't know what's up with the daylight savings time change. It's made everyone wild out. It does feel like there's been a lot more wild and out lately than usual. The goop has been good, so the weird thing is, like, my goop is incorrect. Like, I'm trying, this is too reflective. It's a little bit. So, my goop came solid. I did not get goop, I got solid. But, even solid goop is actually still, like, a fairly legit paint cleaner. What I need to do is, and I know it's got those like conditioner stuff, so I need to do that thing that I do every now and then where I watch a bunch of red letter media and then actively clean out all my brushes. And I figure when I do that, that's when I'm going to start using that like quite a bit. I'm just waiting for maybe like a sleepy weekend. But yeah, I got these lads, and they're like, these guys are really close in particular. I just need to go back and touch up a couple of bits. Like these little bits is almost like too highlighty, so I'm just doing like a really, really thin darkening layer on all of these bits. Making the I made this like really thin because I just want the chitin to be slightly dark. But yeah, it's I don't know what's up with like why it's like that, but like it's like one of those things like, well, it works, so like I don't have any huge issues. It's just still very, very strange. Wow, it's fun to say wah. I can't claim wah ever because there's like that's kind of Ina's thing, but I do like saying wah. Wah is really fun. I guess you can't really claim wah because Orcs claims it. Orcs claims it's first. How you doing, Oni? Welcome. How you doing? I am also reading, like, I'm at the part of the Caves of Ice, Caiaphas Cain book where orcs show up, and they've just been background orcs, really. They've been background orcs, so they're not really doing a lot yet. But I'm like, hey, orcs. Hell yeah. The really thing, and also doing Big Baka Ham. How you doing? Welcome. The thing that's really fucking me up with that book in particular, I don't know if that's just like a thing the writer does, or if this is like a lore change or just like an affectation. Like, I'm not used to orc weapons being referred to as bolters, so every now and then the book keeps mentioning that like everybody's got to get the fuck out because of heavy bolter fire, and I'm like, wait a minute. Bolters are for Marines and for people who are fancy enough to have a bolt pistol. What are you doing? Like I said, that might just be one of the things that, like, earlier on, they're like, any gun that's, like, sufficiently big and explodey is a bolter. Okay, that would make sense. Like, the Caiaphas Cain books came out reasonably old. How's your Zekro? Welcome. How you doing? I'm pondering big orc things. Like, when is an orc weapon a bolter? Yeah, it's this is same bugs technically, but yeah, I am trying to finish them off today. These guys, I think, are just the closest, so I'm gonna try to get them first. Because it's like one of those things. The more models I actively finish today, the better. So I'm gonna try to get that shit. Also, I don't know what happened here. This guy's flight stand got a little crusty, and I don't know exactly the cause, but sure. So what he's good. Yeah, like somebody's got like little air bits or whatever. That's been neat. I have also been trying to like still planning what I'm going to be reading next, and I think the next book I'm going to read is I think it's Scars, the White Scarf book. Because I don't know. I'm just feeling I've heard nothing but good things about like White Scars in the lore forever, and apparently all the White Scars Horus Heresy books are real baller. I'm like, you know what, that could be fun. That could be fun to do some goes fast. How you doing? How you doing? Oh yeah, Bartholomew Noctamon Rat Squire. It is me. I was reading as Rat Squire first. Like I just got like I guess Penyo's just giving me an itty bitty little sword. That feels like a thing, Penyo. Oh yeah, no, these guys are. The funny thing is these guys are not technically so. These guys aren't Tyranids in the same way that Genestealers aren't. Like you know. Tyranids. Like, they're an infected organism, but whatever. So these are just, like, local bugs, I believe, that have been, like, gene-infected by the Malstrain stuff. How's you doing, Puckball? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I think Pinyo would be real bitchin' with a sword. I think Pinyo would be real bitchin' with a sword. I believe in him and his ability to unzip the katana. Got little bits of darken. One of these had, like, a big thing in the back. I need to remember which one it is. It's like one of those things that I remember, like, because, like, here's the thing. Sometimes the guild lets me work from home, and sometimes when I'm working from home, oh, there we go. I will just, like, I don't have enough time to paint when I work. Like, that's a thing that sounds like a fun working from home benefit, and I wish I could, but, like, I think the big thing is, like, it requires a lot of steps to even, like, set up my workstation, so, like, pretty much before every stream, I do, like, a half-an-hour ritual of getting, like, all the paints and stuff like that. It's not quite that bad, and a lot of it is just getting, like, stream-related things online. I wonder if that's, like, sometimes that, like, I've created such an elaborate setup for painting, which is why sometimes I just don't paint on my own time, because, well, I gotta get the setup set up if I want to paint tonight. Well, there we go. Get a little bitty bit back. Set up. Like, so it is possible to because that's the thing I remember. This is one of those things that, like, I remember a long time ago. I was like, I forget if it was recommended or if I just saw it by accident. But I think somebody recommended a book that was like clinging for people with ADHD. And how you doing, Zeta? How you doing? Welcome. And talk about ADHD clinging book. But basically the idea was that, like, somebody who was like, I am a paid clinger person. Like, I get hired to go to people's houses and uncling them. And, like, you know, technically, like, also more like a home decorator too. Like, less Marie Kondo and more kind of just like an interior decorator that also will, like, organize your shit. And I think she was like, okay, I keep putting together these houses for people. And I keep coming back and they keep getting all fucked up. She said it in nicer terms, but, like, you know. And she's like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what the common, like, occurrence was. And then it was like, oh, wait, no, it was ADHD. And what seems to be what was happening was that, okay, something that looks pretty, like a nice, like, organized house for, like, visual appeal isn't very practical. Like, you need things that are, like, convenient and easy to, like, pull out and store. Like, that's why a lot of things don't get put up, is because storage is a pain. And it's one of those things that, like, I have to relearn that lesson for myself, like, every couple of months. Like, it's one of those things that, like, I have read, and I'm like, I'm aware of this. This makes total sense. And then, like, I will just, like, every bit of knowledge from that just falls out of my brain. And it's, like, back to square one. Oh, yeah. I've lost so many prints doing that. Like, where it's just like, I know I printed this. And I put it into, like, every time I print stuff, I put them in little trays that's supposed to be, like, helping with that kind of thing. And it usually does, but sometimes I'm like, where did I put that tray? That's a whole bit. White mixed up. Both these guys are going to have a 2-part white bit, a little bit of white in the back for the bristles, and then also a dot of white on the eyes. But yeah, I do also wonder if like there's that like kind of like I do wonder if like straight up like there was kind of a joke earlier about the whole like daylight savings time thing, but there is like the lack of sunlight, even for people that are like I never leave my house, the lack of sunlight does kind of affect you in some ways. It's even you're like, oh, I'm the most indoors person who ever lived. Look at me, it's Johnny Applemeat. I will never leave my house, but it really does. It still gets you. It still gets you. Well, I know that's when people do like the vitamin D pills and just like I know there's like those like really fancy lights you can get that straight up just like kind of like they're not full UV, but they're supposed to like fake the brightness so your body's like, ah, sunshine. I remember what that looked like in the tunnels, in the caves. I miss the sunlight in the caves. But it's supposed to sort of fix that. And I think I tried one of those years ago. There's a couple like really weird. It's actually kind of really interesting for like when I think about me VTubing. Because I feel like there was like a certain similar sort of like thing I was searching for. And I remember just like doing a lot of weird shit, like trying out those kind of lights and stuff prior to VTubing. I guess I was just kind of doing stuff, just looking for like my thing has always been like, you know, like TRPGs and midis and stuff like that. But like there was like I needed like a supplemental thing that weirdly I found that VTubing kind of fit really well for me personally. So bringing back the bits. Be really careful because I don't want to paint any of the skin right. But I do want to do pretty much everything. So that's like stir like right here. Actually, for a little bit if it's dark, I think it does kind of add to the mood. Box, I forget the post. Yeah, no, that's a mood. Yeah, that's like I'll try to if somebody reminds me, I'll try to pull up the book that because like it is. I think it was like a generally decent book for that kind of thing. And it was just that like person sort of like reevaluating like all the cleaning tips they've given to other people and like organization and stuff. I was like, oh, this is actually really, really neat. It was a lot of like, okay, so you're opening your mailbox and like what happens to stuff from your mailbox? Well, anything you don't actively need, people tend just to like throw in a pile somewhere. And like, okay, so clearly there is a pile and it's like, you gotta make it so that like whatever you put it in is like not the floor. So it has to be like the container for it needs to be like really easy to reach and also has to good storage. It has to be something that like would be in a position in your house where you would actually get up to empty it. Like there's like little consideration things where it's like it's if you min-max for ease of use, it does eventually lead to a cleaner house because like you just don't set up a series of steps that like you know that you're not going to be able to cash out. Because like, you know, just that kind of like mood where it's like, okay, I know what is like a cool thing to do or an organized or a neat. I want to be neat, productive, organized person. But there is just like sometimes your brain is just not configured for that. So you'd be like, okay, what do if I didn't give a shit? If I didn't give a shit about like I don't know what is considered like acceptable house organization, and I did something in a way that just felt right for me to do stuff, what would it be like? That's basically what the whole book was like. Like really, really neat. Funky little lads. Making things every now and then they have like a couple of these like little hairs that come out. I also did a little bit of painting off stream. Like if you can see, there's like an itty bitty bit of shine. I got like a tiny bit of acrylic gloss medium for them because I wanted the back to look all like shiny and fucked up and not great. But it turned out I was telling the rest of my friends about the cult I want to put these in. These are going to be in the Turnip28 Gutter Snipes cult, and I'm pretty excited about actually doing that. There was I actually don't know if I got to talk about a huge amount, but there was like the Turnip Tournament on Sunday was really, really fun. I have been enjoying the fact that like it's weird. I'm in a very lazy spot in my local scenes, like indie war game community, whatever. Mostly just because I just kind of show up with stuff. Like I do help run demo games and whatnot, but I just don't do like any of the actual like organization. Which, considering how busy I am, it's pretty nice. Because like I think I was even like sitting down and I was like talking to some people about like getting some TRPG stuff back going again because I still need to get that. I need to get the gears going on that. That's another like, oh boy, I gotta get that shit going. Just like, yeah, I don't think I'd ever have time to organize stuff, but by God, can I like put together terrain and bring terrain to a festival, to an occasion, and that does seem to help. Go. There's like a little bit that I wasn't sure if that was a tendril or not. Looks like we're Gucci. How you doing, Sealy? Welcome. I'm painting some horrible little fucks. I mean, that usually doesn't narrow things down whenever it's like, well, I'm painting a horrible little fuck today. I don't think I paint anything that's like generally nice. I guess, no, that's not true. The garlic. Everybody loved the garlic, lads. Everybody's like, how these are adorable. Like, even at the turnip thing, I pulled out the garlic as my like main cult. I didn't do the full swelling. I did the strangling Harry's because it gives you access to some rootlings, and everyone was like, I like these a lot. How these are cute. Have to sleep in. Hey, let's go. Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. These are rad as shit. These are the Malstrain ones. Unless you mean you like the garlic lads. In case, hell yeah, let's go. I also did election day things. I will not mention anything about the voting process because it's doxing and I just don't like talking about that. But I did vote. I did do my part, which I think is a usual like like nothing that like fucking like Captain Planet, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have been talking about shit for like the fucking like 90s. I guess they weren't talking about voting. It was like more like sitcoms. I don't know. PSA kind of shit. Yeah, for like voting good. You should do the vote. Long live the Republic. Okay, Palpatine. How you doing, Nelson? How you doing? Face, let's go. Is Dixon still alive? I genuinely have no idea. It's like one of those things that I feel like he's dead, but I would also not be surprised if he was like hooked up to just like 8,000 machines like the goddamn Emperor of Mankind, just slowly just stewing. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? How you doing, Nelson? It's been a bit. How have you been, my guy? Getting these little tendrils. I was like, I will go mimic Moto very soon. I need to get all the hairs. The more hairs I get, the more like detailed this guy looks. There we go. How you doing, Moss? Welcome. Get a little mimicky. There we go. Oh yeah, he's doing the jar method. I see. Found a cool Warhammer playlist. Hey, let's go. Is it stuff that just sounds like Warhammer, or is it actual Warhammer music? Because I do know that exists. I do know that like there's like I think it's like Bolt Throwers one. I mean, there's like a bunch of bands that are like, yeah, we took influence from the Warhams. But I know that G-Dubs actively had a record label for a very short period of time. How you doing, Spork? How you doing? A long time ago. Fair. Let's see, is that the guard shanties? Okay. Lots of guard stuff I see. Big Futurama fan. It's also hey, it's all good. Listen, I used to watch a shitload of Futurama, but I have a hard time recall. Like Futurama was always kind of in that like same realm as like. This is gonna sound bad, but hear me out. And as like Family Guy, where it's like I would watch episodes and I'd be like, oh, okay. But then like if you're like, all right, name specifics. Like I could do the usual ones where it's like, oh yeah, remember like the one where Fry ate the sandwich and he got like super cool powers because of the parasites, or like the dead dog. Like, yeah, I remember those ones, but there's a lot of them that were just kind of like stuff do be happening. So, I need to get a way finer tip brush for this. I need just like a really, really nice point for all these eyes. No chaos sounds. That's okay. I have a fine collection of chaos sounds, which is usually what I use for the like I'm going live or whatever. Not going live. I'm doing like the mini rotators. Also, I'm redoing the eyes. Originally, I was gonna do the eyes as red, but I actually think that white's better. I don't know. How you doing? I've watched 2 episodes of Space King, and I don't have like a particularly unique opinion. It's kind of the thing that's like, it reminds me of like kind of like older stuff. Like it does got like very like early to mid 2000s energy in a way that I enjoy. I don't know if there's like I have to assume that any actual controversy is just people who are like terminally Twitter brained, but like it's fun enough. I have not watched the latest one yet, not out of not wanting to, but I'm like, it's just on the forever docket. What I have been, oh shit, hell yeah, Pennant engines are fucking nice. That's a very nice viewer gift. Hell yeah, let's go. Like, yeah, it was fun when I watched it. It's like one of those things that like it's not like changing my life that I'm like doing like fan art. Like I do know people do make STLs for the Space King stuff, which that might be fun to do at least once. That might be fun to paint one of them, but it's not like a huge priority at the moment to do so. We got a dot for everyone. Also, some moments I need to go back on these. Yeah, Twitch is really weird sometimes, where it's like, oh yeah, you've been live for like a half an hour, but also you're live, everybody. Yippee! Let's go. They put Simpson in Fortnite. They put everything in Fortnite. Like it's like I'm at the point that like the idea of anything in Fortnite doesn't matter. Like it's what's in Fortnite. Yes, all of Western culture is in Fortnite. Fortnite is the true Hydra that absorbs all. Like I'm just kind of whatever. Like I'm weirdly, actually, if anything, I'm kind of surprised that Simpsons wasn't there like earlier. I guess they wanted to kind of be in that same pedestal as like Family Guy and Bob's Burger Man or whatever the fuck. Around the eyes, not super worried about. Exact amount of paint I get on there. Oh, so camera froze. It's been freezing a lot today. Hope this isn't like a. Let's see. How you doing, Coop? How you doing? How you doing? Dealing with my camera freezing. I mean, we're at the point in society now where a VTuber having a plushie is like not a not a totally unreasonable thing that could happen. Like I've seen enough like I own several like VTuber plushes. They're like I am far away from getting one myself. Of like getting like it's gonna be a bit before there's gonna be a How plushie ever. But it's not a totally unrealistic goal that maybe someday there would be a plush. Usually what you got to do for these sites now is you put in like you'd be like, hey, I'm going to make a plushie. And then enough people throw in $1 to be like, yes, I will put $1 down to say that if this plushie is ever made, I will buy it. And it kind of goes off of those systems, which I think is like a relatively smart one because it's like not, almost kind of like crowdfunding. You're sort of gauging interest and then you kind of convert that into a pre-order. And it makes sense for these kind of like what are effectively going to be like relatively like small batch projects. Like, I don't think any of the VTuber Fumos I own will ever be made again. Wait, Coop. Did they kill off your character when you were gone? Oh, that's the fucking most bullshit. I'm... Like, if they're your friends, I would be like, hey, listen, strongly reconsider that decision. If they're not, you might just want to find another group. That is, like... That's the kind of shit that for me is like a warning flag. Like, oh yeah, no, these guys are assholes. Like, I understand that like if a character dies while you're there and that's like a thing you can do. What? No, get out of there. Get out of there. You're not. It's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. I would get the fuck out. I would get the fuck out. Especially if it's a lightning. Like, like, is there like an argument with your group? Like, is there some like animosity that you're not aware of? Because that's like weirdly personal. Yeah, I don't know. I would duck out. I would duck out. That's thrown out. That was throwing out warning signs. Like this might be one of those things too where it's like, if this is one of those games where it's like, this is the only group I could ever find in my general area, I would still strongly reconsider. Like there is basically the mantra of like, no game is better than the bad game. I personally genuinely really lean into that. And if you're like one of the other party members lightning struck kill your character while you weren't there, like why? Like why did they do that? Like what was the reasoning? And like would somebody who did that, like if somebody's going to do that, like do you think that they would ever like things would get better? Do you think it'd be like, well, sorry, I killed your character while you were gone, don't worry. And then like is there going to be a good campaign to come after that? I can't imagine. I can't imagine that was like a singular oopsie doodle and that after that point, the rest of the campaign will actually become like really great. Like I would ollie the fuck out of this scenario personally. I don't think it's worth it. Now look at that fucking like malicious eye. But yeah, I has one thing I'm really thankful for. It's like a lot of kind of like the bad games I've ever been in were definitely like many years behind me now. don't think I've really had like a bad tier experience since then. Don't think it's intentional. If it's not intentional, if your DM did a thing, if your DM did a thing that's like, oh no, he rolled a critical 1 and lightning struck yourself. I mean, that's also like, just be like, yo, critical ones aren't like that in the rules. This is a house rule. Don't fucking kill my character when I'm not there with the house rule. I am known hater of critical fumbles. 99% of systems, when they have a critical fumble, if you look at the rules, it'll just say like, oh, your attack auto misses. And that's just to add some degree of variance. This whole like, oh no, you're a competent person, but you rolled a 1, so you fart on your butt and you trip and you whoopsie and everyone laughs at you because you fart smell, and you stab your friend and your friend's dad and your friend's dad and your friend's dad. And then you smell like I hate that. I hate that shit. How you doing, Steve? How you doing? It's actually like that in Rollmaster. That is some bull. I guess Rollmaster is trying to be more like theoretical, quote unquote, like old school hardcore in a way, maybe. That's still BS though. Ah, so that's what happened then. Okay. What happened is your buddy, for some reason, was rolling an attack that had like a spell that had a attack component, rolled a 1, and then the DM's like, oh, let me twist my beard. Oh, dare you enter my fumble realm? Oh, that's fucked up, Matthew. That's fucked up. Fumble should be funny. No, I know what you're doing, Nelson. You fuck. You know what you're doing. But like, yeah, if that is the case. Okay, we're getting to it. We're getting to it. Okay. I mean, the reason sounds obvious, but like, let's humor me on this. Humor me on this. What is causing you to hate the game? Like, what do you hate about the game? Like, is stuff like this common? Is the DM power tripping? Like, what's going on here? I was not expecting this to turn into, Coop, I'm gonna be honest. I'm painting little gross bugs. This is a yapping stream. Well, I am. Well, I don't think anyone's gonna give you, me, or anyone shit for this turning into DM clinic. If you want to explain, go for it. How's TRPG therapy? Yeah, I could do those like one of those like, dear Hal, I didn't think this could happen to me. Kind of like ask things. Was that like that was like a whole like Ask Abby or whatever? There's like, I know there's a genre of like stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, little gross bugs are great, but yeah, if you want to talk about some shit, go for it. Oh god, isn't also Rollmaster kind of a joke too? I vaguely recall that there was some like funny, like there was some like implicit satire bits to Rollmaster. I could be wrong though, and everything in Rollmaster is like dead serious. Dear Hal. God, I'm just thinking, so like every now and then somebody will find like there's like green text where it's like, now guys, I'm a very straight dude, but, and then people have just been like, skip the next 3 paragraphs, it's gonna end in gay sex. Like those are so very predictable. I have to like, I'm sure some of those are real, but I'm sure a lot of those have to be just like jerk off fanfic for people who are into that kind of thing. Also, how you doing, 14? How you doing? Welcome. But you know, the internet is filled with people writing jerk off fanfics. So that's like unique or anything. Well, I'm working on some lads. I'm working on some lads, and it's going pretty good. We're talking about various TRPG things. And what color did I use for the wood? Charred brown, maybe? Let's give that a go. No, it was talking about how it's like one of those, like, I can't believe, like, there's green text or like, I can't believe this happened to me. I saw this guy, right? And then usually the way those go is it's in gay sex, but people have just kind of as a joke, just like, you just blur out the rest and you're like, yeah, we know how it ends. We know how this ends. Listen, you're opening a post with Astolfo, the pink dude from Fate. Like, we know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. We know where this is going. You don't even need to do a preamble. Oh god, get a little bit on his hand. Get that off. stage. It's white as crust, not bad. Charred stub. Cannot handle the loss. Oh no, my head is gone! Oh, everyone's gonna bully me at school, and they just evaporate. That's pretty fun. That's actually like... That's actually good. This guy's still got some. He's still got some bed in there. I do need to fix that. But yeah, anyway, Coop, yeah, if you wanna talk about your TRPG stuff, like, I'm still of the impression, if you're like, okay, I like the people and I hate the game. Clearly, I mean, you know, if you're hating a game you're in, you should get out. You should get out. That's not worth your time, even if you like the people. And sometimes if it's like, I like hanging out with the people, but I don't like playing with them in the game, because that does happen too. Like, I know plenty of people that like I would hang out with, but playing any sort of TRPG with them is miserable. Absolutely miserable. Just not worth it. And if you're like, hey, listen, so you're just not fun to play TRPGs with, but I don't dislike you as a friend. We could go bowling or whatever. We could do literally anything else. And to be fair, that is a hard question. That is a hard question to breach, because it's like, well, it does require a level of like conversation and confrontation that some people might just not be comfortable with. I mean, sometimes you still gotta though. Sometimes you do gotta talk things out. A little brown on it. Tiny little bit. This is why I definitely want to like do like a deep clean and then get some goop. I think the goop helps a lot. Oh, there we go. Some peeps that are just like right in the back. There's how you doing, Gelva? How you doing? Welcome. I've been working on some lads. I got these guys. These guys are basically done. I do need to glue some things around their base. I also did get this. I don't think I'm going to use it tonight. It's the Vallejo Diorama FX stuff. Mostly because I don't know what the drying time is like, and I don't know how like thin it is. I also don't know how reflective it is. You gotta be a little cautious sometimes about that kind of thing. But I guess I could glue stuff to their bases. I could glue the little plants and whatnot. That's how you doing here. Nice. Check out my little lads. They be going. Organs are destroyed. Oh god. That just reminds me of Fatal's critical tables, which is a fun thing that I can say. But Fatal has some really weird critical tables where you could stab someone in the liver without damaging any organs or anything before or in front of, like, basically anything around the liver is impervious, but just, by God, you just teleport into the liver and stab that shit. I do got these. Actually, no, hold on. I don't need to do those yet. But I need to get this guy done. So that way I can go back and use an enamel wash once I got his leg. No, this is like, I understand what you're like, okay, clearly this guy is just having a little bit of a goof. Remember, this is Fatal. This is Fatal. Fatal is not good. It's not good. Oh, where Fatal got it from. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. Fatal is one of those games that I would also believe is entirely written in a vacuum, where it's like, I think the person only played AD&D. Because, like, weirdly enough, like, sure, Fatal has like all the weird gross shit to it, but Fatal is also like very indicative of a certain type of gamer, where it's like they only play one RPG, and that's D&D, and they're like, ah yes, D&D, it's pretty good, but I know what's up. And usually the kind of person that does that, and like, not saying that like D&D's not infallible, and there's plenty of things you could do to fix or improve D&D, or at least like customize it to suit your taste. But also, Pumped Up Tiger, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. But like, a lot of people writing these heartbreakers are like, clearly what D&D needs is more tables for polearms, clearly. There's several, Nelson. There's Necronica, and there's Hex and Draconis. Ah yes, there we go. The weird furry hyper-capitalist transhuman RPG. That's still bananas, that kind of mashup exists, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would not believe it's some stuff from Fatal was stolen or lifted or borrowed or whatever. But basically, I'm saying is like Fatal is just like the sort of like worst case scenario of what is a very, actually kind of was. I don't think a lot of people are doing that kind of style Heartbreaker anymore. They're just writing material directly for D&D 5e. But it was a thing where it's like you would have like a more hyper-specific autism-focused version of D&D. And there's actually like kind of like reasonably common traits. One of them was taking like real historical like things and making them into classes. What I mean by that is like, okay, you wouldn't be a fighter. You would be like a Viking or like a, like something like that. Or like a Celt, Saracen or whatever. Like that kind of thing where it's like, you're going to be like a very specific historical thing, or it's like magic is too magic-y. We're going to add like bullshit tables and whatnot. They did tend to have like very, very similar elements to them, which is interesting though. I find that fascinating and abstract, but like, you know, running those games must be miserable because a lot of times, like I said, they are just D&D, usually at the time, which would probably been close to like 2nd edition, D&D with more charts. Just D&D with more charts and like less coherent, like put together structure. Yeah, that really is. It's God, that's so common. It's really funny how that still does happen from time to time. There's still people that are like, yeah, no, listen, D&D's for babies. We're gonna play my D&D. It's D&D 5e, but you can only play fighters and rangers and rogues. Okay, bud, please. Please, I implore you, try another system. Any other system. It doesn't matter. Like, try literally, try Pathfinder even, fuck it, why not? Just do literally anything. On there. But yeah, no, I do think that kind of player is a little bit. It also is a very specific type of person that does that kind of stuff. And I actually, like, I think they still exist, but I don't know if they exist quite in the same numbers or, like, as, like, publicly reachable as that kind of thing. Let that dry a wee bit. I think this guy's probably ready for nails. And then the nails will probably finish up a little. Oh, I should do, like, another little stripe on the tail. At some point, like, I got, like, a little mark. It's kind of fucked it up. But yeah, no. Yeah, there's like a whole, like there is like legitimately like more Heartbreakers out there than you could possibly imagine. There's so many. There's so, like, because also there was like, it's kind of weird because we're actually like, I mean, publishing in physical is kind of hard to do, but the idea of like getting a game out there is now easier than ever. But these are people who were like back in like the 70s and 80s and like 90s, depending, that would just straight up just like, yeah, no, I just made physical copies of all my stuff. And like, you have to imagine that like they're going to like door to door to like friends and family and like, hey, buy my game. Buy my game. Buy my game for real gamers. Hey, listen. Check it out. It's D&D, but the initiative is kept track of for every single action, and every action you do moves you up and down the initiative track. But it does so in such a cumbersome way that combat will now take like 3 hours per swing. Clearly, you want that, right? That's a thing you want. Yeah. That's for real hardcore gamers like myself. Heartbreaker, I hardly know her. Hey. I figured that the way I'm going to disguise the flight stand base is just to cover it in shrubbery. I think that's the goal. Just do like one big and maybe like 2 littles. If that, I might not even need that much. I'll still give that magical amount a go. Then I can put the fake water around it. Just gonna let it seep in. But yeah, I have to imagine a lot of those ended up with like the author having a, because that happens from time to time when like, you know, someone does like a big project that just doesn't pay out, and it's like, well, my garage. Your garage is filled with something really, really specific. That means a lot to you, but like for other people, it's going to be really hard to like ship that. And you still see that every now. Like I do see like for like the 3.5 era, people selling their like really specific D20 source books. Like I find those like end up in sales for other games. Like I was looking at there's a TRPG from Japan called Nobi Nobi that I think D was showing me. That was like, it's a pocket RPG that can fit into like what is effectively like a deck of playing cards. Like it's not like these are like, oh, if you get like a 10 of hearts, this happens. I think they are like full on like RPG, but the idea is just sort of being like, a really quick and portable thing. It'd be actually something that'd be like really good for like a convention game too. You just like set up in a corner and then you run that, and it's like, that's fun. I did that before too. That does fuck. I did a game of Maid at an anime convention way the fuck back, like mid 2000s anime convention. Actually, maybe late. I just remember that there was somebody cosplaying Death Note, and it wasn't like a fun retro throwback. That was just the thing you cosplayed. That was just an occurrence. And I remember at the time I was like, oh, that's gotta be sweet innocent lad me. I was like relatively, I should have known better, but it was like somebody was doing, it was like Elle and Lisa, the blonde lady. And like she had like this like thing on, like her, like a veil covering her eyes, and I was, and like the boyfriend had like a collar, I think, on her. I don't know if that was actually something that was in Death Note or not. My knowledge of her character just kind of is non-existent. And I was like, man, that must be like, I think I even asked him, I was like, man, that must be like real inconvenient to see stuff. And I'm like now I'm like, oh, that's the point. That was the point. But I was just like, wow, they're really dedicated to cosplay. Little baby Hal was such a sweet, innocent creature. What the fuck happened? How you doing, Big Gun? How you doing? I'm working on these lads. They're turning out really good. I'm putting big fluffy bits on their bases to kind of hide the details of the flight stands. So far as Roll Missing seems to be working basically how I wanted. Because it's gonna mean like basically no space for the water effect, but I'm okay with that. I assume so. Like that is the thing too. You know, conventions and perverts are pretty much like two sides of the same coin, I guess. Mind you, MadFest has been relatively low on perverts, but like you know, the overlap is there for stuff. Also, welcome back, Coop. Welcome. I'm working on the flippy flappy flylights. Oh, also too, apparently. Apparently, the Proto-Men are coming back to MagFest this year, and also are going to be doing I think they're going to be playing their whole Act 3 album, which is pretty baller. Yeah, let's go. I'm a very casual Proto-Men fan, but it's like, they were really good the first time I saw them live, so I'm very excited. They played my favorite song, Father of Death, and I was like, yeah, let's go. That was a very fun convention back in the day, though. Not MagFest was fun, but I mean the one true anime convention I went to. I can't Helen Keller Drive. Oh no, there's like so many like that's a fucking like minefield of a joke. There's so many answers there that could just ruin a career because she's dead. Why is this one making me laugh? It's so stupid. Like, it's not wrong, and it's kind of the answer I was expecting, but like, Ice Cream said, "Hey, let's go." And there's nothing that's more appealing to a college person than free ice cream, so fuck yeah. Listen, I'm allowed to giggle to a bad joke. It's fine. There we go. These lads are good, and I'm going with them. So I do need to get their rim, but I need to make sure I can put the coating on first. So I think for tonight, these guys are done, which, I mean, okay, you know, I can do one more quick check. They probably might need a little tenderly parts. I feel like that eye turned out real good. Actually, maybe the red even is actually kind of like a benefit to this. Like, there's like let's kind of make the eye look warmer. I feel like. Oh, the Ripper swims are almost like too small for that to work. Okay, you're done, or you're done for tonight. I will clear off space. But yeah, no, part of me kind of wants to go to like a more proper, like, this is meant for anime convention, but I'm also like so out of loop for like modern anime stuff. I have not. What level of make your own contrast paints are you meaning? Because like there's different ways. There's like you can buy pre-made like contrast medium from like G-Dubs or like Army Painter or whatever. I was actually thinking about getting a little bottle of the Army Painter contrast or speed paint medium. Because I thought that would be nice for like a couple colors I wanted to be kind of more like glazy. Because I think it'd be good for like a glaze. was like, that'd be pretty baller for glazes, but I have not gone to my LGS that shells stuff by the seashore. I've not done that yet. Oh! So what you're saying, so your D&D game is bad, but they're also your 40K group, so you don't want to upset them by that, or like you don't want to potentially lose their friendship. I mean, that is a tricky predicament. I can see now. I mean, that is also interesting though, because that means like if you don't play the D&D with them, you still have like 40K. You could just be like, I'm not actively like to play, like it just like you could just be like, I just don't have time, or I'm not feeling this. I'll still play 40K though. I just don't really have time for a tabletop. Like that'd be a reason. Assuming they're reasonable people. If they're not, that kind of brings up a whole kettle of fish. But you know, getting my enamel stuff. Looker, I need to once again remember that I don't go as dark as I think. Getting these enamel things are actually not so. But so basically, for the most thing is, oh yeah, no, Fatal takes it. I've never played Fatal, but I've made 2 Fatal characters, and it takes a while. It takes a long-ass while to make a Fatal character. It is straight up like so many dice rolls. Got my... This is technically an acrylic one, and it's dry enough that I could use the oils on that. How you doing, Pato? Welcome. How's it going? And for people who might not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic-Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. And today, I am working on some Turnip28 models, which are using Genestealer parts, because I'm fucking around with a little project that's kind of a crossover thing. How is the deck? I don't know what deck of haunts is, but hopefully it went well. Hell yeah. Right now, I'm currently on the enamel washing stage because I need to get some on this guy. Remember that, like, these, I do remember forever and ever and ever that enamels always dry way darker than I think they do. And if I put this on, I'm like, this is not as dark as it could be. Oh, you play as the haunted house. Oh, okay, that's a neat gimmick. Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm working on my Genestealer lads, and they're going pretty well. Oh, it's like a card game too. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, definitely sounds neat. I do like me a good card game, sort of hybrid setup after a while. Yeah, no, Fatal characters do take a lot of rolls. It is basically like, I've done a couple of games, streams where I just get drunk and I just make a character in a TRPG. And a lot of the ones I do are kind of the usually bad, but also sometimes just janky. And not necessarily bad, but just kind of like overly complex. Sure, you are a houseman. Hey, there we go. Oh, there we go. Phone, stop. Stop. Siri, stop. There we go. The downside of tracking is sometimes anything that sounds very, very roughly close to that gets flagged. Like a chick with huge boobs based. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. But yeah, sounds neat. Bit in there, and just a itty bitty bit more, I think. Yeah, fuck, I don't think I did the whole proper intro segment. But yeah, people do not know me. I'm Halbernaut the Mimic-Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. I've been doing more rats than usual, so I could actually, like, reasonably, with some confidence, say that I do paint rats. It's more than I have in a bit. Still not like a crazy amount though. It'll never top the forever in the distant past Skaven timber of like 2020. Is that 2020 or 2021? Sometimes I get reminded for how long I've been VTubing, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? How's that Lunar Win? It's so good, so good. You know what, actually, to this day, I've not properly read the Book of Erotic Fantasy. I need to at some point, though. Also, yeah, Lunar, have yourself a good lurk. And, oh, Lancer's really cool. I run Lancer a decent amount of times. I like Lancer. It's a fun system. For people who have not, I do remember like, I think I mention this every now and then. There was a time where a used bookstore near me did have a copy of the Book of Erotic Fantasy behind the counter. And I didn't end up getting it because at the time I was saving up for my new model, like the one you see now. So I was like iffy about spending a bunch of money. But I was asking how much it was because it was behind a glass counter, and the lady was working there. It's kind of like, you know, like alt chick, kind of like sort of set up. And I was like, yeah. And then like I went to get like a different, smaller book, and she's like, so yeah, I was curious about that because it's like a D&D book, but it's really expensive. And then I just, without any shame or like any real like flinching, I just explained to her what the Book of Erotic Fantasy was. I wasn't graphic about it. But I definitely was like, yeah, so this is like made by people who would go on to work on D&D, and it was kind of like a saucy thing, and it's kind of a weird like novelty collector's item. She's like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, well, bye. I don't think she works there anymore, though. Like, I do not recall seeing her since. Yeah, it used to be, there's actually a very, very nice time where you could buy a lot of 3.5 books for hella cheap, and I do kind of miss that. I do miss that because I would buy so much for like so less. He took his lord. I can't do it. Like, I know what Gilbert Godfrey sounds like in my head, but I don't think I could replicate it. No, I didn't. The thing is, like, if I scared her, there was no fear in her eyes. It was just more like my sense of shame has atrophied to the point that I just did not give a fuck and just factually explained the Book of Erotic Fantasy. Hey, it's all good if you do not have spoons. It is all good. I will continue to be painting for like the next decent amount of chunk of time anyway, so if you need to pop in later, that's all good. The lad, get some of the highlights kind of back in. Yippee. Especially for these chuckle fucks. This is actually kind of fun because, like, I don't think Ripper Swarms were ever really used for, like, anything in, like, modern 40k. So I was like, oh, this is fun to turn them into, like, a basing element thing. How you doing, Minnie-Da? How you doing? I'd be working on the lad. Working on the lad and turning it out relatively good. It's in kind of, like, an awkward position where actually, like, getting in there to remove some of the enamels is a little tricky, but any little bit I do. Okay, it does seem also to be kind of, like, helping out with the eyes. It does seem like this is kind of helping with the eyes. It's an amount, which is nice. Actually, maybe I do just need a new sponge. Maybe even like cleaned. No. The funny thing is, I know exactly one spell in the book. I do actually know exactly one spell in the Book of Erotic Fantasy. Do you guys know the spell Flaming Sphere? There's a healing version of that in there, and the only reason I know that, that's how you doing, Shopkeeper B. Welcome. We're talking about the Book of Erotic Fantasy. But unironically, so what happened to player mine was like, hey, Hal, listen. I know this is gonna sound weird, but I need you to hear me out. I'm like, okay. It's like, there's a spell in the Book of Erotic Fantasy. So at that point, I'm like, all right, okay. He's like, no, it's not a sex pervert spell. It's just Flaming Sphere, but it heals. I was like, yeah, okay, oh yeah, you can have that. And for the longest time, there was a player in my group that was actively using a spell from the Book of Erotic Fantasy. Oh yeah, these guys would be fun objective markers, yeah. Move a little bit of paint from his leg, unfortunately. Bit on there. This guy actually didn't get like. It's weird. It kind of tinted him, but it also kind of didn't. Like I can tell he's darker, and like some of the like highlights are popping up a little bit. I don't even think like reactivating this would really change much though. Pretty based, yeah. I mean, I've always been the DM that like if somebody had like a reasonable request, I'll say yeah. Like I'm very easy to convince as long as like I know you're not doing it to like as long as somebody's not asking for something so they can like min-max superpower like wreck the rest of the table. I'm like, yeah, I'll do whatever. I'll do whatevs. It'll be fine. So yeah, if you want to use an actually like not sexy spell from the Book of Erotic Fantasy, yeah, sure, why not? Could not give less of a fuck. A little bit. Still got like a little bit. So I can fit in there. That's true. I guess you could use it to like tie up some dudes. So yeah, I guess that's true. Still, I think at this point I've already converted. I guess this is the same base as a Ripper Swarm, I think. So I could just use this guy as a Ripper Swarm if I really want. It's kind of funny. Couple. Some of the recesses. Hello? None there. What the... I'm dead. I didn't mention about the Groja. I have no idea. Anything to do with the, like, origin of English language words, I just assumed that, like, English is a fucked up language. It's a fucked up language and still my primary language, but it is a very, very silly language. There we go. A little bit around there. Oh, this guy's eye just didn't get emerald up at all. And probably gonna touch this up in a bit, but right now this is looking relatively good. So I'm gonna let that dry. Thing urge. Hey, I mean, no, honestly, sometimes like I've had that same thing. Like sometimes you gotta ride that urge out. Sometimes you gotta ride that urge out. Ooh, fuck yeah, you got free. That happens sometimes where they'll like send you an extra box and it's like, oh, it's Christmas already. I'm not getting that box, but what I am doing is actively printing out some arms and a backpack for my Mark II bodies from the Saturnine box. So I'm going to be making mine into Ashen Circle dudes, but I will be joining you in a close enough. They're my factions version of that. So yippee! Oh yeah. How you building, Gumple? Hey, let's go. I'm currently working on my Genestealer project. We got these guys. You can kind of see, so what I've been doing, I've been using a little bit of this like dark ivory, and I've been mixing it with that Joe Sonja magic mix, which is kind of acts as like a extra medium, but it keeps the dry time pretty long, and you can kind of thin it out. I've used it for glazing. I've been trying to use it for glazing a bit. It seems to be working pretty well. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, for Night Lords. Yeah, no, that's a very Night Lordsy thing. I know for mine it's just because like so there is a unique model for what's it called, for the word bearers called the Ashen Circle, and it is just like specialty versions of that. But the really annoying thing is that they have one they have like Forge World only models, and they're ancient and they're kind of goofy. So what I have done, there's a really cool guide that I use every now and then on cults. They're called Mad Bits. Let's see if I can link, or at least get like it. Why did it sign me out? So. Oh, there we go. Let's see if I can show you the cool axes I got from them recently. Oh, there we go. There's also like a really fun detail they use. I don't know why I like it, but all their renders are done like bright orange. Which I don't know why I like that so much. Let's see, so yeah, these are Mad Bits. This guy's got like a bunch of really cool shit. You know, they've actually been doing a lot of stuff. They're part of one of those people that get together for those big, like, 600-point Horus Heresy events, I think somewhere in, like, Sweden. I want to say, like, some very, very cold company. A very, very cold country up in the frosty European north. And when he makes a lot of custom bits for his dudes and then sells them, which I like that. But yeah, I am specifically got a bunch of these axes, which I'm going to be using for my Ashen Circle. And he also has a really, really cool, like hand-mounted, flamer bit. So yeah, the conceptually the Ashen Circle is really, really cool. I would actually argue their current model is not even necessarily bad. It's always, for me, a lot of that stuff is like, well, you know, if this wasn't like $100 for like 5 guys. I don't know how much it is for them. I know that's probably close to like 80. They're wildly overpriced for what they are. I'm like, I'm good. I'm gonna build my own. I got Mark II bodies. I got a 3D printer. I got a dream. I'll make it real. So yeah, that is what I'm doing. So yeah, I got this. There we go. We're done now. I'm trying to like basically like over. I think what happened is when I initially did some highlighty bits, when I worked on them, what actually happened is that like when I was doing the wiping stage, it actually removed some of the highlights and shit I did. I'm going back now and just sort of like reglazing them on, which is why you can see like some, these guys kind of got some like very like targeted patches of sort of this like pale white coming back in. It's not perfect. Like I didn't do it as like you can kind of see over here, the interior arm is not as smooth as I would like. That's why I'm going back and trying to hit all that. A couple different passes, which to be fair is kind of an effect I'm digging. Because it does sort of make it look like it's kind of shifting from like a blue to a white. It's very, very fun. I also found a speed paint that I want to use for a lot of this in between stuff. Get one person only for an hour. But yeah, God, the price of like Forge World resin is so much. And it's like, it's a lot of, because like that's where a lot of the fun special units of Horus Heresy are. Like you don't need them to play Heresy, but like for me, the fun stuff, like the Gal Vorback and like the Marigal and stuff are the stuff that I'm like, well, I'm just gonna make them. G-Dubs doesn't really run like Horus Heresy tournaments or anything, and like anyone who's playing those games does not give a shit, so I can kind of just do whatever the fuck I want. Like within reason, you know. Ooh, there we go. Let me real quick, let's go to the Nanners Fan Club, and... Oh yeah, I still got a button for that. Wow. Yeah, for people who do not know, this is my wonderful snake Nanners. She is doing very, very good. She's doing very, very good. So recently I got her some new hides. I got these like big domes. There's these like really, really dark domes that are, I saw online that apparently they're much bigger than what she's got now, and they're easier to clean. She does seem to like them. She likes to lay on top of them. So I got her one right now, which she's enjoying, and I'm waiting to swap in the other when the mood is right. But yeah, Nanners do be doing good. The noodle do be real. Noodle do be real. But yeah, Mini Dow, welcome to the junior rank of the official Nanners fan club, and I'm gonna run the updoot button anyway, even though you are still the vice president. But I need to just so you can style harder. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, Nanners do be doing good. Wow. You don't need them, but like you don't really need anything when it comes to minis at the end of the day. Yeah, I want them though. And if I can make my own, that's like more personal to me anyway. That's just an extra win in my eyes. That VIP dab. Hell yeah. Yeah, but Nanners be doing good, man. She's due for some food. I'm hoping this weekend to feed her and see if it'll stick. Fingers crossed on whether she'll eat her food. Usually once it comes to the winter, she weirdly gets really finicky, and I don't know if that's just like an inherent kind of like baked in behavior of snakes that like during the winter. You know, because like they don't really hibernate per se, but like I do notice Nanners does get a lot more sluggish and like less moving around this time period, so... I mean, I'm used to it, but it also, I will forever, every year, I'll be like, oh no, Nanners, she doesn't want to hang out. She doesn't want to, she's not as active anymore. Is she doing okay? She's fine. She's totally fine. Oh no, Nanners is way beyond Pinky. She's like basically like 5 feet. So I give her the jumbo rats. She's getting the big ones. And Nanners is eating quite well. She is thick of snake. At the moment, this is the biggest size the pet store I go to for food has. In the past, they had like an even bigger rat, but I don't. She's doing just fine with these. It's not that like it's bigger to the point that but I don't think it really has like any tangible benefit for being extra big. I think it's in the same way that like you as a person could probably eat a turkey for every meal. But that's like, you don't need to. You could definitely easily survive on a turkey, but that's a lot of food. I do not want my snake to get way too thick. She needs to be able to like move around and shit. And I cannot give Nanners to itis. This stage is me just like looking for little bits and just kind of giving. Always the one where it's like I'm trying to like make sure that I get something, but also not too much. This is always like the weirder sort of like balancing act. This is like glazing is still like a whole thing. I'm not like super. It's like one of those things I need to get better at because it is like a good painting skill to get better at this sort of thing. Definitely still trying my best. Oh yeah, is it not normal? Nelson. But then again, though, don't worry. You just gotta hold out for a couple more days, and then Thanksgiving, you can have a turkey for that meal, and no one will give you any shit. Hell yeah, brother. I saw Trench Crusades doing the 1.0 rules. I think there's still like a couple of weird quirks that they need to work out for like one or two, like a couple like miscellaneous mistakes. That's true. Cornish hens are legit. You can do a Cornish hen, that'd be fine. But yeah, so that came out, and I have not gotten a chance to look at them because I think they literally dropped today when I was at work. And as much as I would love to read tabletop rules during work, I'm not quite living that level of blessed life just yet. Anyway. So, someday maybe. How you doing, Chokester Cheese? How you doing? Classic hell moment. Not dead. Is it a classic Howl moment to pine for wanting to read Trench Crusade at work? I guess so. I guess that's fair. Ooh, fuck it. Let's go. Saw that, hell yeah. Let me get you in Big Bach Ham. Yeah. Well, yeah, for people who have not seen, those are my snake nanners. That she's doing really, really good. Nanners is doing very. I actually think, weirdly enough, Nanners is the longest I've ever had a pet in my life. Like, I've had pets over the years. This is a big period of time. I noticed a lot of people. I do be perceiving. But yeah, Nanners has been like the longest I've had a pet ever, and I do really like that. Well, yeah. Big Baka Ham, welcome to the, yeah, there we go, love that yawn. Welcome to the freshman rank of the official Nanners fan. Oh shit, they climbing. Let's see. Yes, yeah. Oh, that's a great name. For a pair. Oh yeah, I saw today's Oshi Day. I did see that. It's sorry, let me correct this now. Big Baka Ham, welcome to the sophomore rank of the official Nanners fan club. Hell yeah. Give her the happy Oshi Day. Yippee. I was thinking about what the fuck I would say. I don't, it's weird because I don't know if I have like a proper Oshi. I've always had that little bit of hardness of just saying like, oh yes, I look up to this person. Because it's not like I don't, but it's like I don't quite have that like same degree as a lot of people. Like, almost as a joke, I'm like, that's like, Mike from Red Letter Media. There we go, that's my Oshi. And that sounds like a bit, but it's kind of not the same degree. See, because I mentioned that the Red Letter Media guys are kind of living my dream, where it's like you get to hang out with your buds all day, and you get to talk about things you're really, really passionate about. And you get to do your own like goofy little projects and stuff like that, and it's nice. And like, you know, they do like, they've been shouted out by their buds, and their buds shout them out, so it's like they got like good rapport with various other people online. Like, fuck yeah, let's go. But it's like, but for like VTubing though, because like I have VTubers that I enjoy a lot, but my brain always feels it's like it's a huge. I know some people like yeah, oh she's whatever, it's just a fun thing. How you're overthinking it. But I've also mentioned a lot. I still got that brain that like I cannot call a character like waifu, because I know in the way I was raised online that is a big commitment. You can't just casually drop that shit. How you doing, son? How you doing? Oh, welcome. I'm working on my horrible bugs as I'm making them. Basically, just kind of making them paler. I want to. Oh, whoops! Way too bright. And I'm working on getting some glazing in to try to add a little bit of oomph. Let's go this as well and get some of the onions too. Should do that. My Oshi waifu confirmed. I'm going to be upset. Remove the attack bonus limit from Grail Thralls. Hey, let's go. I know there's been the big thing I remember seeing, which is probably for the best. Grail devotees no longer give bonuses to range damage, which I understand. Because for context, something a list I was joking about doing was getting a machine gun, executor on the, what's it called? On the Dirge. With 2 Grail Thralls means that you would get 3 shots at +2 damage each, and you'd pretty much crack the armor on most things. And that's not really doable now, but I'm also like okay with that. That's like one of those things I'm like, yeah, no, that was kind of dumb. That was dumb that you could do that. I'm trying to get like a itty bitty little dot in that eye, and I need to bring it like real close to my pistol. Oh, there we go. That turned out perfect. Yippee! Nice. Yeah. I'm firmly in the old guard. I'm firmly in the old guard. So I like that a lot more because the new gen or whatever you call like attempt at calling things waifus, it's so disposable. It's just like, yeah, this character, they're just tits. They're just ambulatory tits. I'm gonna be like, look at them tits, and then you're gonna move on, and then that's it. There's no love, there's no attachment there. It's just that. And like if that's what you're into for like you know, like a one-off like porn thing, that's fine. But if it's for like a character you're saying like you really like, hey there, Rookie, how you doing? Welcome. I'm going to be real. Are the War Thunder events even worth it? Like, are you like? I know you're doing a lot of them. Like, are you having fun? Maybe I'm biased because for my brain puts War Thunder in that same category as League of Legends, where it just kind of exists to just like make people on the internet sad. And like maybe that's not necessarily true, but like it's you know, I continue to people like, yeah, I play War Thunder. Yeah, exactly. Like I should claim like for me it's like you could like a character, like a modern character, and be really into them. But like, you know, a lot of times you don't. You get like the flavor of the month and then you'll just kind of like burn out and move on. I still like it when people have like shrines to Shiro that they update. Or like, yeah, Patchouli Knowledge is my wife. Here's this year's compilation of pictures I drew of her. I'm like that's the thing I love. I really like that mindset. Or that kind of thing. It still takes a week of your time. I'm just saying. Once again, this is 100% my own bias, but like, I feel like if you're having fun, sure, but also like, if you worked on models, you would have like a tangible, like fun thing you worked on, and you could be like, ooh, look at this art I made. Look at all this progress I did. I have not. No, I'm not. So actually I might have. Did you, Nelson? Do you know like a link to that? I feel like I've seen that, but I don't have like 100% confirmation. But like that is the kind of like people maintaining fan sites for fucking ages, like that kind of shit. Just like chef's kiss, the best. Oh, well, thank you, Matthew. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Hell yeah. Multiple days, no progress, bad. Here's the thing. Everything you guys have been mentioning about this, you're like, Hal, it's not that bad. This event is not that bad. Like, I'm not seeing any positives. It just seems to be like, well, this is inflicting less suffering on me than usual, which is not an endorsement. That's why I always like worry about people who are really into War Thunder, because it's got that same like oh no, they're not having fun, but they won't stop. I implore you to reconsider. A gay snail. I don't know what that means. Ufan.com. Let's see. Hey, let's go. Last update, January 2020. That's a shame it's been a while. But I also love the name like Stefan99. That's just a fun name. That's a very classic internet username. Hell yeah. Let's celebrating 27 years of Cami. Fuck yeah, let's go. Wait, are they on Twitter too? Oh, they have a daily Cami blog as well. It's still active. Nice. Moving between eras of the internet. Oh, fucking. Like, okay, like I'm just gonna post the image that's just on that site, ready to go. A little happy birthday Cami. Like, save that. Google tried to stop me from downloading this. Lies. This is pure and innocent. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, this is the kind of soul. That's the heartfeltness that like a true waifu brings you. You know? Oh, yes, that's kind of like one of those things that every now and then things will be considered to be like lost art books and whatnot, and people will find it on some just like random like Sad Panda backup or whatever. I'll say, how you doing, Almantis? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for that hydrate. Let me get this disgusting bulb real quick first, and I will definitely imbibe water. Chotto. There we go. There we go. See, there we go. I'm okay with that because that could also be a very long running thing. Ah, gotcha. This is a community joke. At last, I see. I'm still saying though. I'm still saying. Every time I hear people talk about War Thunder, it's never, oh boy, I love playing War Thunder. It's, oh god, I'm playing War Thunder, but I won't stop. I'm saying I gotta put your game in the League of Legends category of infinite sadness. I have to. Based on what I see and hear, it's a trend that repeats forever. How you doing, Mantis? How you doing though? I'm working on my Genestealer lads, and they're doing pretty legit. Appealing to me? Wait, hold on. You mean the infinite sadness loop, or like what? You're gonna need to explain that, because this is, for some reason, this is not a take I was expecting from you, Mantis. This is not a take I was expecting. Fair, but like that might just be a contrarian streak, but I think it's like, I think in your brain the difficult and appealing is like, oh, like I'm gonna play a hard game. It's like you playing Dark Souls, where you're like, this is suffering, but I'm building towards something, and I think the suffering will be neat. I think playing War Thunder is just like infinite grind forever. I don't know. All right, sorry, genuine War Thunder fans. I will continue to shit on your game. I'll let you know this will not change. I will be confused into the heat death of the universe. 45k every 2 days for 9 segments. It's almost burnt me out. Yeah. See, you're not, but the thing is, you're not having, if you're having burned out from a game like that, you're playing it like a job. Play another video game. Play any other video game. There's gotta be others. There's at least 7 video games out there, and one of them is Magic Pendule, which is a delight. Play Magic Pendule. It will not take you very long to beat. It is a very fun game. You get to see a boy made of colors say, "I don't believe in feelings," and it's really great. 10 out of 10, best game of all time. Yeah, because that's the thing that gets to me. I don't know. I've been pretty vocal that like whenever a game feels like a job, that's when I quit. Oh shit, apron coming off. Oh my god, I do gotta show pants. Pants. Yippee. Bro, D-Brock again, he'll come around. At least that one you can kind of do in waves. That makes a bit more sense. My finger points. Just frame. Gotta get a different brush. Let's see what for this. So all my brushes are losing their tips, and it's making me sad. It's making me sad. Yeah, Deep Rock is a game that I have played a little bit with people I know, but I have not touched in a hot minute. It seems neat. Oh, there we go. This person. Definitely seems neat, but I have not got. I haven't gotten to like Addiction Loop. I haven't really quite got that yet. Like at least 2. Yeah, there's at least 2 Katamari games. The new Katamari game was pretty fun too. It's really weird though. I'm thinking about it now that like. I feel like Once Upon a Katamari was really fun, but this is gonna sound like the biggest contrarian to me. Like, I had fun with it, but thinking about it now, like for how it ranks up to the other ones, I don't know how I feel. Like, I felt like Katamari Forever was a way better, like, closing out, like, this is the end of the series game that ended on, like, a very interesting note. And then, We Heart Katamari is my favorite. I think that was just like the most like complete Katamari package you could possibly ask for. And I don't know, maybe it's because like the physics changed a little bit in like really, really subtle ways. So I'm kind of like, I do like it though. I do think it's a fun game and everyone should play it. But I also think that people should also go back and play Katamari Forever, because Katamari Forever good. Katamari Forever good civilization. Everybody's rocking stone in my chat. Hey, it's all good, Steve. Have yourself a good housework. Fully understandable. Some housework myself. Ooh. Speaking though, I'm not very big. This is like the way my life is. I begin pining for the weekend on Tuesday. Not too bad. Yeah, I'm basically just like add some color to this guy. I guess also maybe once I start doing a little bit like the in between tones as well. That might actually probably gonna be the big one. Scorpions, I'm. It sounds annoying. I don't know exactly the words you're all saying in the War Thunder support chat, but I believe you where you said like this is annoying. I do believe that. Housework sure does. Yeehaw, let's go. What's your market? Ah, gotcha. Is that like a super special drill? I don't know. Like, I'm aware of Deep Rock Galactic is like a thing to play. Oh, God, yeah. It blows my mind too, because I genuinely used to play a decent amount of Warframe, but whenever I find whenever I think of my numbers in Warframe, they're always like real baby shit values compared to like everyone else. Like how many numbers, how many hours do I have? Game that I've quit many. Warframe. Like I felt like I played a lot of Warframe, but I checked it out and I only have like 600 hours. Yeah, because it was mine too, though we also did a bunch of other games as well. So like maybe it's because that was split between that and I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 14, which I didn't really get into. And then I remember a long stretch of time where we were playing Knights of the Old Republic. How you doing, Kiel? How you doing? Welcome. Which is not great, honestly. That was 100% one of those, like, this game is fun with friends, but like, I think to date, the worst story of any video game I've ever played was the Knights of the Old Republic Inquisitor main storyline. Like, I cannot stress enough how stupid that story is. Where basically the idea is like, how about we huff ghosts? Oh no, huffing ghosts is bad. What will we do? Maybe if we huff stronger ghosts, we'll have the knowledge to get rid of the bad ghosts we huff. Wait a minute. It's all very stupid. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I felt like I played a lot of Warframe back in the day, but it's like compared to literally everybody else, I'm like, oh no, those are fucking rookie numbers apparently. So if you're good, you have to just do like, okay, at minimum you have to do 35 matches. Or no, sorry, like closer to 12-ish. Never mind, I misread that. Hey, let's go. Yeah, you gotta get that priming done while the weather is still good. I'm very thankful that I live in an area where like I can still relatively prime okay in the winter. But yeah, it's getting chilly. Hobbying is gonna be less priming and more just going inside and big chilling. Which is kind of fun in some way. I guess also too, some of the areas inside these guys is gonna be like so hidden that I don't even think it's gonna be a big deal. It's like yeah, I'm getting a little bit of white in there. No one's gonna be able to go that deep into the gooch mines to find the hidden bit of the glazing in there. But I could totally be wrong. I could be looking, because sometimes I will look in the camera and I'll find like an angle. I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's needed that. That's running your wyvern. I got no concept for that, but I will take that as it's a good one, maybe. Yeah. So carry dozens. Oh, okay. So maybe that's what's going on then. I was running my group's dojo and a couple of other things, but basically what was happening, I don't remember when I started, but I remember like Plains of Eidolon were still a thing. It was like just still a relatively new thing. And then we got the frozen area, and I just did not play that one. I think that's when like the group I played, really it wasn't even a group, it was just like another friend of mine. I don't like he ollied out. This is also the same friend that I was watching a lot of shows with. So it was like once he left, we were watching like X-Files at the same time and DS9. Like because of that, I stopped DS9 right when the Dominion War started, which is like a big big deal, that show, from what I understand. I mean, like, obviously, yeah, because it's kind of like the main build-up of most of the seasons. But it's like, did not watch any of that. So how you doing, Fawn? How you doing? How you doing? You called me a weeb and said you paint nice. Hell yeah, let's go. I like how there's apparently, like, besides you, there's also somebody else who's like, my boss has you on at work, Hal. I don't know what's up, but hi. It is me, Hal Bernat, your boss's favorite VTuber. Doesn't matter who your boss is, I might be the favorite. Maybe. Which I find the fact that it's a reoccurring occurrence in my life is just very amusing. So the glazing on the lads has been doing good, but I think what I want to do now is, he's got all these like little vents and joints, and I did find this Raging Sea speed paint, which I got from my Alpha Legion guys, and I think it's like a good enough consistency that I could use to do a little bit of fun playing around with those. Like I could do a little bit of like getting into joints and whatnot. Yeah, we're gonna get this lad. Also got all these like little bumps and stuff, which I imagine at the very end pass will probably be me just highlighting these bumps. Get the grooves. Or Grant's Iron Mouse. Yeah, she's usually the one that people will be like, hey, I know what that is. It's like it's VTubers are interesting where it's like they are probably the most mainstream they've ever been, but they're still really, really niche. It's still really, really, really niche. So it's kind of funny when that kind of like real life crossover happens. It's her, the tungsten rat. I haven't seen what she's up to lately. I never, like, I think I caught like a couple. Her streams have like too many like loud bells and whistles. Like it was just like a lot of alerts and noises and TTS stuff. I think a couple of times, and that was even a couple of years ago. Maybe that's changed, but it was like oh no, I feel like like almost overstimulated watching her streams. How you doing, Bazuzu? Uncle, welcome. How you doing? Currently stealing my jeans. Be going pretty well. Recess colors. Oh, these little bits were just like a tiny bit of where like the vents just feel like pretty light. Maybe that around the face is not a great idea, but we'll find out. We'll find out. So we'll take a hydrate. Welcome me back home, yo. Yeah, definitely different demographic, which is, you know, that's fair. VTubers are allowed to have demographics that don't include me. Like, I'm a very specific type of VTuber watcher, and honestly, a lot of VTubers I watch are people I know. Like, there's like a couple times I'll watch VTuber stuff for people that like do not know I exist. Last time it was John VTuber themselves, Ren Penrose, but that's even that's been a bit. That was a bit. I was actually like watching their clips for a shortish amount of time. It's a gym or not. I mean, going to the gym would be healthy. That would be a healthy thing to do. And you know, you do gotta keep track of your own like personal stuff. At you know, at the end of the day, you know what's good for you. I just colors to like some of these areas. Keep getting into the recesses. I think what I'd really like to do is get some colors. I don't think I want to like overly gloss these guys, but if I could add some gloss texture to the ridges, I think that'll really accentuate that they're kind of like exposed and raw, and like they should, like anything that I make glittery, like glitter would look weird, but like anything I make look glossy, I really want to sell the fact that like, oh yeah, no, this isn't good. Like you shouldn't want to be this thing. I mean, obviously, yeah, but like even Tyranids are like, this thing is wrong. The hive mind does not like this fuck. There's a while where I was getting recommended clips from John VTuber, and I guess one that I do watch like clips from every now and then is Giga. I do like Giga. I don't get to watch her live, basically. And I do like that she's like a very rational, level-headed adult, which is fun. Giga's vaguely aware I'm exists. I think she rated me once, which is fun, but that was like way back when. But it's like, yeah, it's just like usually I just catch clips of her just like talking about stuff. I'm like, yeah, there we go. Look at you being adult with job experience and how that like, because that happens a lot. Honestly, there's a lot of VTubers that are like either pretty young or they've been kind of neats all their lives. So like doing anything in the realm of business has been kind of weird. Like there's been a whole like Skeb debacle recently because Skeb is like, hey, you can't use any of this for commissions. Like you could maybe use this on social media and like I think it's one of those things that like I don't necessarily think it's allowed, but I don't think anyone really gives a shit if you use them for like YouTube video thumbnails and stuff. But like, I know there was a big thing where somebody was like trying to use it for something that wasn't like that, and Skeb was like, "Hey, we gotta spell this out in English. We gotta let everyone know." Did he do a lot of Nintendo? I was just seeing them mostly do basically just like Balatro and Peggle variants. Maybe they also do a lot of Nintendo games. That I don't know. I'm not super knowledgeable on that for them. Could always put some stuff later if I need to. I'm okay with these guys taking a couple passes because of their like weirdness of angles and whatnot. Yeah. Nintendo games are fun, but yeah, I definitely, like, I do know that there are some people that are like, yeah, my entire thing is playing Nintendo games on stream. And like, no, more power to them. I wonder what happens when you just run out, though. Like, do you eventually, as like a Nintendo-only, like, streamer person, you're just like, well, I guess I'm doing, like all the, like, Hyrule, like, Age of Darkness games or whatever. Or just, like, whatever. Ah, it was a battle thing. Oh, yeah, because like, they're allowed to post that shit on their social media. Like, the weird thing is you do actually have the option to say private. You can just be like, yo, this thing is should be private. And I'll do that. So I don't know what was going on. I guess if she's saying it was like a timing thing, it's like, yeah, you can't dictate that necessarily. You can be like, never show this, which probably if that was like a requirement, you could just state that up front. Well, I don't know. Feels like she gets into the shit quite a bit, and I don't know if that's just like a regular thing. that's like, I know she's like a big VTuber, but I don't know really much about her, to be honest. That's that side of VTubing that I know very, very little. Once you get into the more popular spheres, I'm just always just like just in my weirdo corner, just being like, well, there's VTubers doing shit over there. Anyway, I'm gonna paint the folds. Get to gym after work. I mean, you know, it's gonna sound weird coming from me, like person doing a stream, but like, you know. You do gotta take care of yourself. Like, if you need to go to the gym, I will still be online, like, easily. And like, I've only been painting for, oh my god, I've only been going for like an hour and a half. I got still plenty of juice in me. I gotta get the lads done. The goal, I got 4 of the lads done tonight. That's good. Progress on the lads is being made. Which I do like also. I know this is turning out. Yippee! But yeah, no, I'm gonna be doing this for a hot minute. So like. If you need to get fucking ripped, I totally get it. Oh, okay, you're gonna be on headphones. Hey, there we go. See, that's still good. That's still good. You can be nice and healthy and get strong, and then I'll be applying paint to the folds. Forever be applying paint. These guys got so many folds. Like kind of as a joke, but kind of real. These guys legitimately do have a lot of folds. I gotta apply to paint too. I seem like I'm building back some of it. It's still kind of a little messy. I think these are just going to be inherently kind of messy looking fucks as a kind of a feature and not a bug. Looks like it's like generally working out. The blue does seem to be settling. This is very, because like part of me I was like, oh man, I kind of want to get like a different paint to do some of these little bits, and then I have an issue where sometimes I forget what paints I have. I just have so many, but like a lot, because like you can have so many paints, but also not have like the very specific shade you want. It's just kind of like a weird quinky thing. Like I know you can mix your own paints, but there's like certain, like sometimes you just want like a pre-made thing, or there's like a certain combination of features of the paint. And those are the ones I'm like, well, I could get some more paint. Especially because like paint's a very, like, as far as like hobby vices go, just like, you know, I'm at the shop, I want this paint, it's like $5. Yeah. Oh god, that's the mood of clinging and finding out. Because I do think that's why people need to cling their hobby workstations like every. I don't know if you need to do like a hard and fast schedule, but it does seem like the more regularity you put behind it, the more like, oh yeah, I have all this cool stuff. It does seem like there's a tangible benefit for setting that on like a semi-regular basis. I've been doing mine in very, very slow parts, which has been helping, but I do need to do like probably one day like a big turbo cling of everything. Outside the... Again, can I just like whoosh that away? Yeah, oh I can. Let's go. Oh, I can even kind of feather it into it, which is kind of... Hell yeah. I'm really glad that now that I decided to like... I almost built and paint the entire batch of 6, and I think that would have been excessive. Alright, there we go. So comparing this guy with some of the other ones. Okay, we got some... Hey, okay, okay, this turned out good. And also I can do a quick check on this lad. How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing? I'm working on the lads. This guy's still going. Looks like a pretty solid coat on the lads. Mostly didn't do a huge amount. Mostly just kind of darken things down, which will mean I'll have to do another white little tip on the bristles. But I'm actually okay with that. Wait. I didn't know Shibayan did a fucking, like, Miku song. Oh, shit. These are the guys who do, like, the Toho Bossa Nova albums, which I've been really digging. God, I remember, like, earlier in the week, I was, like, driving around and, like, my podcast ran out, and I just quickly put on some music, and man, jamming to Iosis songs, like, some of the classics. Like, can I tell you there's nothing more cathartic than scream singing Neko Miku Reimu, like in a car driving at the speed limit. I'm not a monster. I'm an old man. Parts. Hey, let's go. You're doing the full legit Zoid. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm currently working on my Malstrain Genestealer. I've heard it's been going pretty good. Doing that purple, but do I really just kind of want to lean into the idea that the interior is like the same general blue? So I'm like, do I want to do this? I say as I'm actively doing it. No, I got pants on. I always have to clarify. Apparently, though, I did see a thing where, like, I think even we're talking about this, about there was like a guy who was actively sort of hostile to VTubers, got fired from Twitch. I still don't know what the inevitable long-term ramifications of Twitch firing / laying off a bunch of people is going to be. But at least maybe there might be some silver lining there. I don't know. We'll find out. Yippee! We'll find it. We'll find out. Vents and whatnot. This guy doesn't even have just like straight up like regular ass vents like some of the other ones. Oh, no. We'll figure it out. I know I'm technically a monster, but I'm going by that, like I'm a monster, but I'm not like a monster, you know? Like yeah, could I have a forbidden snack every now and then? Yeah, but like I'm a nice guy with happy feelings all of the time. But a little bit to there. It's kind of making me want to do like I don't want to highlight this area too much. That was something I actually want to fix. Hold on. I think if I get the actual other... Yeah, I think we're like... I don't know if we're quite through it yet. I do wonder how many of those like, oh, we expanded a lot during COVID. Oh no, this is sustainable. Like, I have a feeling that will sort of just continue to be a thing forever for like the next near future. Also, Coop, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Growl files in the audience. I don't know. What are you nerds doing? But yeah, I do wonder how much is just like a lot of things are still actively contracting back down to like, I don't know if they're contracting back down to reasonable numbers or if this is like another, I'm at the point that like, I understand that the economy is not in the greatest spot, but now the phrase recession indicator means nothing for me because I've seen it used for like literally anything. Like people are enjoying waffles at the Waffle House. Yes, and a recession indicator. Like, what does that mean anymore? I get the base idea where it's like, oh yes, when this sort of activity triggers is like very common, it means that like a recession is more likely to be true. And it's like somebody who lived through like 2008, like yeah, those do suck, and there probably are like actual genuine like indicators. You just get a lot of people just saying a lot of shit about a lot of things. Turn into the warehouse. I just like the idea of like a whole house just like in some like back alley, just like stalking someone. God, speaking of like, we were talking about like DC a while back. I do remember there's, I think it's like in one of the, I think it's a Grant Morrison comic where like there's a DC character called like Danny the Street that was a living street. I'm probably getting some of the details wrong, but I'm vaguely aware that was a character. This paintbrush. What size is paintbrush? Oh, this is size 0. Okay. It's been a relatively good, solid size 0 for tonight. Lols. Oh god. Oh yeah, the house from Final Fantasy 7. I would not have remembered that unless you said something. Also a JoJo thing. It might have turned into it. I swear at one point it was called Danny the Street. Maybe it turned into a whole neighborhood as well. I'd also believe. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I feel like I'm going crazy. Hold on. Maybe that's intentional. Yes, Danny the Street comic book character. Apparently, there's like different versions of what Danny looks like. This is from the wiki, so I don't. This might be accurate. I don't know. I do like the little descriptor for this. It's just very fun. Just like the behold. This is a DC character, Danny the Street. Wonder, because he's probably on one of those like superpower wiki things. So like the DC database for New Earth. Danny the Street is an actual living sentient street. He moves between cities and infiltrates them, thus bringing happiness to his citizens. Oh, he's a Doom Patrol character. Yeah, that makes sense. Gender, male, eyes, no eyes, hair, no hair. Yes, this was a Grant Morrison. Oh, he had to do. There was like a period of time that I remember like trying to actively get into all those kind of like, because like there's that whole like Grant Morrison era comic thing where people were, like him and a couple of people, him and a couple of other people were doing some like really like buck wild stuff, and I was like, ooh, that's neat. That's neat. Wait, back the fuck up, Gil. So you're saying that like in the reincarnated as a vending machine, it's not just the main character? Like there's like a whole like group of people who were a thing and like a person and they reincarnated as a thing? Huh. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised there, but I that's one of those, it's like I'm assuming by the premise that like I never looked into it because I figured that like once you get past the bit, it's probably just sort of whatever. Maybe it's the opposite. Once you get past the bit, it's actually like a legitimate, like fun or interesting, like light novel or whatever. But I have not looked any further into there. So okay. So Field Dude is in the anime. Huh. Must be at least a vending machine. You can kind of like be carried or whatever. Being a Field Dude must suck. You're just kind of stuck there. I'm doing good. I am painting my Malstrain Genestealers, and they're turning out pretty good. I got me a good color to use for the joints, which I've been doing now. Oh, this is by the way, this is the Raging Sea. A color that I originally got because people were like, yeah, this is really good on silver if you want to do like an Alpha Legion scheme. And as somebody who has done that, yeah, I can confirm that it is a really legit scheme. There's a really legit color to add on to that kind of scheme. Right now I'm taking it and like, I'm probably like maybe overly thinning it. I'm just kind of applying it to like holes and joints and whatnot. It seems to be going pretty well. I get into the little holes, actually. Oh, these like little vent holes. There we go. Just migrate. Oh, okay, that's not so bad then. Yeah, if you're at that point, yeah, if you're just like a whole ass earth elemental, yeah, that's really not much of a downside. You are just like a guy now. That's still kind of cool though. And my brush liquor. Not really, no. I know some people do. The thing is, I think I use enamels too much. That like that's not a habit I should ever let myself get too comfortable with. Like, because like enamels are already on that like iffy, like, oh, if you're careful with enamels, you'll be fine, and that is usually true. But I don't really want to push it. I don't really want to push it. So I'm relatively good. I'm good. I don't need to lick the brushes. Like I clean mine semi-regularly, and that's all I really end of the day. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I still think to date what I consider probably my junk food anime is Magician's Academy. I think not Magic. The Magikoi. Fuck, what is the acronym for Magician's Academy? This is fucking me up. I need to remember the name of a series I like. Fuck, or at least the acronym version of it. Macademy wa Shoi. I didn't even have to look it up. I just literally just pull up the search bar, hit nothing, and then I got brain blasted with my own poor memory. Macademy wa Shoi is like, honestly, like a very probably like maybe like 6 or 7 out of 10 show, but I really like it, and the characters are fun. I think it's basically forgotten. If you've ever seen like a really muscular gay angel kissing people, that's from there, where he is one of the teachers at this magical academy who is sealed inside of a rock for a while, because he liked to give the keys. And at some point, a student accidentally unleashes him. They do kind of like a whole Evangelion parody, stuff like that. Got a real bitchin' theme song. Love and peace. Good lad. It's a fun show. It's a fun show. I enjoy it, but I'm fully aware it is like, not classically good. Nobody is ever going to do a... Then again, everything I know about like osmosis about any sort of like anime Twitter, anime YouTube or whatever, it's really just like people just talking about fucking about some Academy will show again, just fucking My Hero Academia or whatever. Could Deku beat Bakugo if he had the Sharingan? And it's like a 3-hour video. so dumb shit like that. It's like real dumb shit. I don't know. I have the lowest opinion, I think, of like any sort of like anime YouTube as a whole in general, just from little bits. I'm sure there's good people on there doing good shit, but like I've seen so much dog shit takes that I just kind of reflexively assume that somebody's talking about anime on YouTube. I'm not gonna enjoy it. I'm not gonna enjoy it, so I just avoid. I just avoid. Top 10 seasonal waifus from the fall 2025 anime season. Shit like that. I don't know. I could also be wildly wrong, and I'm just like, I have legitimately no idea how any of that goes down. But maybe I'll live in hateful, I can't say blissful ignorance, because it's definitely more like hateful ignorance. But whatever. I would love to be wrong, though. I would love to be wrong. But yeah, no, I usually don't get good takes and stuff. But yeah, another really fun. Yeah, can Goku solo gold chip? No. Because you go by comedy rules for comedy characters. Whichever would be funnier to win will win. That's why people trying to do like legitimate power level scaling against fucking Saitama from One Punch Man. It's like, no, you don't get it. This is Bugs Bunny rules. Any character you throw up against him is not gonna have a good time, specifically because the joke is he kills them in one punch. Like, that's the joke. Unless you have a funnier joke, it's not going to happen, buddy. It does not matter how much ki energy Goku has. Oh, have a good night, Jay. The Dick Cheney dying. Didn't take his... Oh, I did see that he died today. I was like, oh, shit. Oh. It's kind of weird because I feel like there should have been a bigger deal. Like I would have assumed that I would have heard about that thing and like, I don't know, from like somebody new and not like just like a random one off Twitter thing. I guess he's been kind of out of the limelight for a while. Like you know, like at this point, like I have to imagine Zoomers to some degree know who he is, but probably not by like any like real metrics. I guess like probably not like a big deal for them. They're like, oh, it's the weird guy who like shot his friends. Yeah, like a weird. I actually gave him like a weird Glasgow smile. I don't think that's correct. Oh, actually. Ooh, that's nice. Oh yeah, let's go. Also later, yo. Have yourself a good night and take it easy. You cheat a good soul by Ariel. You mean like Little Mermaid Ariel? Fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. I don't know. I've never enjoyed power level debates. The one really unfortunate thing about being into like 40k stuff is, unfortunately, 40k stuff comes up in like every power level debate. Like it is there is a whole subset of the 40k fandom that really likes power scaling 40k stuff. And the thing is, because like usually the answer is like, yeah, 40k basically beats everything. There are definitely settings that are way more powerful than 40k, and then it's usually like chaos. Dumb. It's just because that's how it is. Every time there's a power level argument, it's really like, I like this universe more, so it's cooler and stronger. And if I don't like one, it's cheap and bullshit, which is funny. It's also funny too. I was doing because like I'm still kind of, like I said, I'm probably gonna go with the White Scars books, or White Scars or Ravener. I'm Ravener. I'm not sure which yet for what I'm gonna be doing after Caves of Ice. But I was just like looking up 40k book stuff, and I kind of forgot that apparently a lot of people really like No Fear. But it's really funny seeing reviews for it though. Like, whenever I see reviews for No Fear, it's never like, oh, I really like this as a book. It's more like, man, Ultramarines used to be shit, but then I read No Fear, and now I don't hold the grudge against Matt Ward anymore. It's like a weird backwards like compliment praise thing for that book. Like, some people like it as like a minute by minute war story thing, which I'm not super into, but I can kind of get that. I wasn't naked. I'm wearing pants. I'm actively always wearing pants. Star Wars is interesting that like it's one of those things that like Star Wars as a franchise has been going on for so long. There's like weird, dumb, overpowered, like the depths of the EU could definitely give 40k a run for its money and just like dumb bullshit. Like I cannot stress enough just like how dumb, like, should Disney have thrown out the EU when they got it? Yeah. I don't think they should have thrown out everything. I think that would have been a good idea, just to like, okay, it's time to clean house. There's a lot that needs to go, but there's like some stuff we want to keep. And I think they were trying to do that. That was sort of the goal. We're like, yeah, we'll do a canon and we'll do Legends, but we'll bring stuff from Legends back. And they kind of did, but they definitely like, well, I think they definitely like took their time on that. Or they just waited till they were desperate, like, oh god, people are dropping off. Thrawn, you like Thrawn, right? Wow, Ahsoka, haha, you like Ahsoka, right? Disney Plus, you'll get Disney Plus for Ahsoka, yeah, you'll do that, huh? I think that was sort of like when they were like, oh yeah, we need to mine the EU for some positive attention because Star Wars. Oh, I don't like Ahsoka. Yeah, she was fine in Clone Wars, but I don't think I've ever would have been like, ah yes, Ahsoka, the best part of Clone Wars. You at least got Asajj Ventress too. Like, come on, there's better characters in that show than Ahsoka, for like fun stuff. But I think most people just like Ahsoka because she's like, that was even something that like the going back to fucking the KOTOR MMO. They tried to give you, the Sith Inquisitor basically got there was your romance option. One of them was basically just Ahsoka. Like, mind you, this is during the Old Republic era, but the character was such a like weird, blatant clone of her that felt really strange. Like the whole time you're like, she's like, yeah, I like being a Jedi. And you're like, maybe Jedi bad. Also, maybe we kiss on mouth. Like, it was just like like, out of, I think, like, any TRPG, not TRPG, CRPG romance I've ever done, that was the one I'm like, this feels weird. Like, I don't think there was a better choice, and I think I at the time went for it because I was just like, where are they going with this? Which really was my experience of, like, all the story for the Inquisitor and KOTOR, sorry, Tor, my bad, and Tor. The KOTOR games are good, but I mean, like, Tor was like, why did you do this? Why did you... That is one of those things that's just like this, looking back on it, like, man, you really just like... There were so many bad decisions for BioWare. It's really fat. Like, the levels of bad decision-making that went into, like, anything to do with that company is just like... Oh my god, EA fucked your shit up. Like, so bad. It's fascinating. Like, how did... Like, you would almost have to go out of your way to do something as wrong as, like, the way EA handled BioWare. It's like, I'm sure there's, like, nerd documentaries about... I would love to see, like, an actual, like, one with, like, production value. Just, like, really just go by the day of, like, what the fuck they did. Well... Really, yeah, it really is eBay. eBay. I don't know what eBay's up to these days. eBay's probably fine. But yeah, no, yeah, fucking EA, Jesus. Let me polish off this drink real quick. I'm gonna let these lads dry for a bit. Let's go back to you. So this guy has his enamel dried. What we got going on? Then I could add a little... I need to add a little bit more color back to pants. Especially because I still don't know why sometimes my enamels, like, will rub off the coloration on the pants, and sometimes it won't. This is kind of nice, though, because it does kind of, like, brighten the pants a little bit. This is kind of a happy little accident. Even remove some from the side too. This is okay. Okay, I got that. And I gotta do. He's got this like one boot that I want to do. I want that to be glossy. I think the boot itself is black enough. I don't need to add any more. A bitty bit of acrylic gloss medium. I don't think I need like a huge... Get like what's the smallest drop of this I can get without like overloading everything? Just a tiny little smidgen. I could like watch any Clone Wars stuff though. And once again, the same friend. Because like basically what happened is that like immediately after college, like a lot of my friend group sort of like moved away. And I just didn't have any like jobs lined up or anything out of college. So I remember I basically just stayed in the college town I was in for a while because I didn't really have any other options. And one person in my friend group was still there because he was going for like a whole like crazy engineering master's PhD thing. And I was like, okay, so like we like at that point we were just we lived in the same house with like a couple other people that were just like people we didn't really know, but they were just like roommates that we needed. So it was just like a lot of playing games and watching shows and stuff. And then he ended up moving, and at that point I was like, oh man, all the stuff that was like relying on him being there is just falling off. How you doing, Billy? How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on my various lads, and they're turning out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with today's lad progress. Definitely think I'm getting this guy done. The lads also... Hopefully the gloss medium on this boot really adds like a nice sheen to it. I need to do some dry brushing on the carapace. Eyes are... What's happening? I guess if I take a little bit of this medium that I used earlier and just reapply that to the side of some of these, like the Ripper Swarm dudes, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe, because like you don't necessarily need to seal stuff before you do mineral spirit nonsense. For some reason, this guy had a lot of paints that I really did. keep using this as an excuse to build up some shading on the pants. There we go. Let's get like a little bit like right here. Some due to I really am just due to like clean up a lot of my hobby supplies. Hey, there we go. That's reasonably legit. Hey, let's go. I do like this speed paint quite a bit. This is basically Thunderbird Blue has been sort of like the base to pretty much this entire project to some degree or another, and it's been doing a lot of work. I do like it quite a bit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna also need to do some. I'll need some more gloss because like whenever I have like these little like spiky bits kind of hanging in there, I'm also having them like I'm doing like the flesh around as kind of like a darker blue, but kind of like wet and glistening. Like this guy's gonna get a very similar thing going on for like those like little side recesses, which I guess I can. I mean, I got some gloss medium on my palette. I might as well give that a go now. Because I think this stuff takes a while to dry. Just like sink that in there. I just like all this on my side little palette thing. I still haven't like. I also realized that like there was a while back where I was like people were talking. I do need to see Andor because I've had enough people that like I generally trust their media opinions that are like I think Andor is good and you should watch it. So it's on the dock. I think it's like that and like I know like a little bit of early Mandalorian was kind of apparently like oh yeah no this is the good parts of Star Wars and like maybe that's changed since then. I don't know. It does feel weird that I always have like some like fondness of that franchise just because that was like a bigger one when I was growing up. Like my family was my extended family was a Star Wars like that's a Star Wars household, but that's not really true. That's not how an extended family works. I did not live in one of those places where like your entire family lives in one house. Those are gonna be really interesting because like my adopted family was always sort of like the black sheep of our extended families. There's like we would get together during like big like family events and stuff like that, but there was never really any connection to the rest of them beyond those. So I have like a very skewed kind of like mental image of sort of like what is the typical like family interaction because over the course of my life it's been very feast or famine all the time where it's like either like a fuckload for like really really close people or like barely talk to a lot of extended family stuff. So yeah, I'm not really super sure. I think these days for like my current things like I talk to my adopted sister a decent amount. It's sort of like the one that I do the most. But then we got the gloss. Hell yeah. I don't know if this is like when I should start doing, but I'm gonna have to glue these fuckers to the base. I'm probably gonna need baking soda stuff just so I can have that like really really locked in. Yeah, I'm gonna go do it. For potentially better or for worse, I think I need a baking soda to lock them in because like I could see these guys absolutely just get. Let's return to the mysterious powder. Ooh, there we go. Oh god. Gotta scooch my shit around so I don't like knock everything off. There we go. Let's see, I need to figure out. This is probably the best pose for him. I guess the nice thing too is like I don't need to go like super. Oh, a little bit around there. I don't think I need to go like super crazy, like trying to do like huge dirt. Like, well, part of me wishes I kind of had more of a counterweight to this, but I'm sure this will be fine. So also like these guys I was doing, will continue to do like more of a swamp. I kind of want like a somber swamp, but like, man, I have been on a big kick for snow stuff. Like I've been doing a lot of bases with like active, like big clumps of snow. Plugged. All my glue is crusting up. The sad thing is like, it's like I can see the glue in there. And I think some of it what happens is I'll accidentally touch like the tip of the glue to the models in a way that when I do that, it causes like a little bit of the baking soda or whatever to fall back into the container. So there we go. So, yeah, so I think last time with the Skaven guys, I went like way too, like I could bundle more, but I think this is just gonna be enough. I think that should be enough for a bond. Yeah, I could go Tundra, and that's actually like not off the table entirely for doing that, but I don't know. There we go. All right, we got one guy on the base. This next one, this guy on the slope base. This guy's got like a crazy long overhang. His reach is like really buck wild. So it's like top and bottom. What I really need to do. I need to refill this. I think I got more baking soda in the house. This is another one of those I'm using a thing. Like I rarely use my blow dryer for my hair, and I rarely use baking soda for baking. It's all hobbies all the way down, baby. There we go. Eats. Really balances out to make sure that this is gripping where I want it to be. Hey, there we go. Even just a little bit of that super glue really does like maybe that's too much wiggle. But actually, you know what? Considering that this has got like a rock. Oh no, hold on. Let's actually like. Maybe something like that. This might be one I might need to actually reinforce with a little bit of fake dirt. That on there. Sprinkle the magic dust and how's this foot looking? This other foot's fine. Go. All right, we got number 2. Actually, like now I can actually like run these on the table. Like I still want to try to get them like done today, but I think I can actually. These are now table ready. It's neat. This guy wanted to be at an angle. I've been seeing like a really cool thing where it's like trying to induce angles in your minis, just kind of makes them look more dramatic. And like this slope inherently has a bit of an angle to it, which is nice. If I kind of go more like here. I'm glad for the most part the baking soda blows away. I'm really worried about like, I would otherwise be really worried about it just kind of like getting into the bushes and whatnot. Blue dots. A bit of an over. Actually, I still like that though. It's got a bit of a lean. Kind of like weirdly. I don't know. Maybe if I flip it turns. Because I need to be a bit more centered. Okay, so that was a bit of a mistake. Don't you talk about mini range? I remember recently. Yeah, that's fun. No, I don't like people talking about minis on the channel that I paint minis. On the snowy base. I mean, snowy bases are really cool. I do like snowy stuff. If you want a good snow effect, I really like the AK Interactive has a really bangin'. It's just called Snow, which is like the big fluffy white snow, and then they got Snow Sprinkles, which is really good for like getting sprinkles of snow. Like it's that should be kind of obvious. But like basically what I will do for that is I'll also just take the snow sprinkles and I'll mix it in with a bit of acrylic gloss medium and just that like that's the one I kind of like maybe get a little overzealous sprinkling them all over the base. Does look pretty legit. Does look pretty legit. Okay, so yeah, there we go. This is the pose I wanted. This balances it a bit more on the mini while still giving it the lean. Fix that rock in a bit. There we go. Okay, so these guys are based for now. Oh yeah, I've seen Ramshackle. I have not. Ramshackle Minis is always like on the cusp of like maybe I would order something from them. Like they got neat stuff and like their prices aren't bad, but it's always like like I like between the shipping and whatnot, I'm always like right on the edge. It's been a while since I showed the large cube though. I could totally show you the large cube real quick. Hold on, let me do that real quick. Choto. Let me get the large cube. Oh yeah, I think the Boglanders is definitely like meant to be like very turnip compatible. Yeah, if you're looking for turnip stuff, that would be a solid get. Maybe I never directly. Maybe okay. Maybe let me get a new picture of the lard cube just to like make sure that I not got to dig in my files forever. Lard cube. Ramshackle. There we go. Hey, excellent lad. Beautiful. I love this lad. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I guess so. This is one I think I just saved on my phone. So I don't think I've ever had this picture on my computer ready to go. Or if I did, maybe I forgot. But yeah, so this is the lard cube. It's supposed to be the idea of like a wizard made a like a big fluffy cube just to kind of block off a dungeon entrance. And like normally it's pretty chill, but if you try to attack it or move past it, it will slap your shit. I find the idea and the expression like it's life is just to be a cube, but it's like relatively okay with it. I enjoy that level of Sure, I'm a cube. That's fine. This is whatever. Hey, how's it going, adventures? What you doing? You trying to get in? Don't do that. Don't get in. We could talk. We could chat. We could have a good time. Don't get in. No, don't do that. No, cease. So we got the lads. Got the lads looking good. Actually do the maybe. I think the faces are basically done, so I can probably just go ahead and get like a little bit of that, little bit of yellow on there. Oh yeah, I didn't know they did arms too. That's pretty. Yeah. Especially like it's like Turnip, like especially Turnip's one of those games that like if you can get like a good set of like the weapons and then like maybe some helmets, you get a lot more flexibility with the actual minis at that point. Like the minis you use can be kind of like. Not like ill-fitting, but like you get a much bigger range if you do. Like a really nice pointy brush. It's like I found a pointy brush, but I'm afraid to use it, but I should use it because it's a pointy brush and I need it right now. There we go, the Vallejo Pro Modeler. Let's get in the eye. I should go on there, but that looks pretty good. Yeah. I don't know why originally I think I need to paint. Oh yeah, the tongues I don't think I ever painted. I think I was like debating what color to do the tongues, and I guess purple is the way to go now. I was originally thinking red, and I'm just realizing this is like, why did I choose red? Yellow is such a much better color for this. I'd be annoyed trying to get all the little dots. I'm looking at all the little dots. I don't think so. I think some of these guys got enough like under clearance that I'd be fine to like get up in there. Hi there, Leggerman. Good morning. How are you? I am currently working on my Malstrain, lads, and so far that's going. They're good. They are turning out pretty legit. Way deep. Oh, I also didn't get this face too. I added extra faces to my Malstrain guys because I thought that'd be a cool detail just to make them look extra mutated. Like, yeah, there's still a little bit of person there. They're not doing good. Oof. Is it the kind of print failure where like, are you gonna have to like scrape the FAP and whatnot? God, those are the fucking worst. Any time I have to like fully clean the FAP, it's like, man, fucking sucks. The worst shit. I feel your pain, yo. I feel your pain. This guy's got a bit of a rock going on. What I'll do is I've got Vallejo diorama fix. And I also got, where's my, I have like a shitty disposable brush somewhere on the table that I might grab. I think that would be nice. Oh, usually like I have to clean the FAP if it's like mine would, I have to definitely do like a full clean if something got stuck on there. I've had minis that like something happened with the supports or like the file was jacked, and those are the ones I've had to actively like remove. I'm like, oh, this fucking sucks. This sucks. All right, I got these. Like, by the way, these are really nice. They're like $5 for like a bunch of them, and they're just kind of, they're made to be shitty, which I like for projects like this, because like, yeah, this kind of grit paint really eats into that. It takes a bit to dry. If I hit this with maybe the blow dryer would let me speed that up like at least a little bit. I forget exactly what's fully in like the texture pastes and whatnot. A little bit, because there's like the thing that was really unfortunate, probably my least favorite part of these Genestealers, is the fact that the bases come with mandatory tactical rocks that are like really built, like basically like the claws are splayed out in a way that the claw is like directly on the tactical rock, so you can't cut the tactical rock off without just removing the claw. Hate that shit. And once again, I know that they do that because they want the bases to look nice and spiffy, and like if you don't do anything, you got something. Because it does seem a lot of times when people like, not everybody is like this, but there's like a non-trivial amount of people that like if you don't give them a tactical rock, some people will just use like a round base. Like, yeah, I've seen like I don't know why it just like breaks my brain. Well, I'll just see like really beautifully painted models with just like if you're gonna do a black base, that's fine, but like at least clean up the paint smears. Sometimes those will just like still have paint left on them. I'm like, well, don't do that. At least wipe that off. Get on the claw. Bits. But then again, I'm also somebody like this is like, it was a relatively simple base. This was there's two layers of cork. There's some tree bark. There's not caulking, like filler that I use to kind of build up the kind of make the dirt look more like it's subtle enough that it doesn't necessarily look like there was layers of cork in there, which I like. I've been hiding the fact that cork is way more visible, and I got some bits to stab my hand. You know when you're like holding your mini and you want to like really stab your hands. I did that because I love stabbing my hands. Well, but for reals though, I was like, I want this to have like some indication that like the Malstrain in particular are going to be the ones that are going to be like arguably the least the least turnip looking. Because I didn't want to deviate too much from their, like, ironically, the Malstrain Genestealers themselves are going to be the least mutated part of this warband, because I like the way they look, like, out of the box. Like, I did, like, little tweaks and stuff like that. Like, I added the turnip, like, little spiky, like, growths and whatnot. But I just really kind of like the base shape. Like, I did not heavily distort too much. Which is funny because, like, in lore, these guys are the, like, basically the harbingers of a really distorted Genestealer brood, but like, it do be like that. Maybe like a slightly nicer brush so I don't like totally fuck this up. Yeah, like once again, I understand if you're like, okay, there are people out there that are like, I like my bases just to be bases, and if I give them a detailed base, to me that looks like they're more like game pieces. It's a logic that I don't fully agree with, but I can like conceptually understand. They're like, oh yeah, like I don't like it when the base like clashes with like whatever board they're in, whatever. So I leave them black, and it's like there's less kind of like disconnect in my brain. I'm like, that's fine, sure. But at that point, at least like at least like clean the rim. You gotta at least get the rim like nice and clean. Got his one. Oof. These guys. Also very lucky that this dirt is like roughly the same color. Like I still might paint it over. I'm like, because I want like a little bit more texture and grit. Or I could very least I could just run some in like enamel wash over it. Or even like a speed paint or whatever. Lord knows I have some speed paint browns and stuff that apparently I was just at one point I think it probably was like when I was trying to speed paint some Skaven. So I just have a lot of speed paint skin. I have a bunch of speed paint skin that apparently I was just like waiting for the rats to use that on, and just I did not. Because it turns out even with speed painting, I just don't like... I don't like batch painting rats. I don't like batch painting rats. That's why, like, I'm enjoying putting together my plague acolytes for Mordheim. Because I don't gotta batch paint those. I can just, like, do that. I can just paint a couple rats and be like, ooh, couple rats are painted. Yippee, this is fun. I don't need to do 40 of them. Altogether, my warband is going to be one of the more numerous ones in the game, and it's going to, like, barely have any. Compared to, like, a full-on, like, Skaven army. That makes me, I'm enjoying that quite a bit. That whole area. Okay, a little bit of dirt on that claw is actually not too bad. Might still try to wipe that off, though. Grimy brush that's all crusty. That's the problem, is like you want to use these like little disposable brushes. This is like a cheap brush I picked up because the grains will just get into the brush and kind of like they'll spread the stuff out and they'll like really harden here. Like even when I do like my alcohol deep clings, you cannot remove enough grain to like truly save a brush that's used for this. I still do because like even like a little, like it's one of those things that like even a little bit of like, preventative stuff helps. Like something is better than nothing. Introduce that color in some other areas, just so it's not like super apparent that it's just on the feet. I just do like a tiny bit. Well, that way there'll just be some like dirt variety, and that also means for this bad boy, just do like a little like oh yeah, I can do it like right here in this little area. There we go. So we got a little bit there, got a tiny bit there. It's using like a dry brush, which is kind of weird. There we go. And then now onto this lad. I think the hoof is dried at this point. Yeah, there we go. It's like, I put all this effort giving the hoof like a color, but I'm like, I'm just going to remove it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Actually, oh yeah, there we go. The eyes have finally started drying. I'm like, oh, that's good. I think the eyes give them kind of like an anglerfish vibe, which I'm really digging. I'll have to make sure that every single one of my guys with visible eyes. The sad thing is that the sniper guy actually doesn't have like any visible eyes. He's just got like little wiggly bits for his face. Which, mind you, the wiggly bits are very, very good. But I do kind of wish there was a way. I guess I could make the wiggly bits on his face glow yellow, like oh, I guess if I did that. Oh shit! Actually, hold on. I might have just had a brain blast. Chopo. Let me get the appropriate layer of dirt covering on this bit. This is like the one that I didn't do a slope on because the one chunk that was here was like more than big enough that I did not need to. I kind of wish I did. Get like a little bit like here. Maybe a little bit going off the side. Bit on there. All right, I'm gonna let these dry for a bit. Where's the other? I also got I got some other ones too, because like I also really, really need these guys to be painted as well. But like, because these are actually like the unique unit that the army I'm gonna be painting is gonna use. Maybe if I also got them to the point that I can glue them on the base, but I think I need to do another layer of the coating on some stuff, some metal. I don't know. There, I'm gonna give it a little bit more time to worry about. Where is the? Over here. There we go. All right. So we got the lad. He's got like the. I guess he's the only one really with the wigglers. It's like the other Genestealers in the army don't have these little wigglers because that's just from the set he comes from. So actually, I might actually be able to do this. I think this might actually be a really good idea. I think I need to add a little bit more matte medium because my white is getting chunky. Oh, white's still really, really good, but it is still a white. You do gotta like thin it appropriately and whatnot. Touch up the little lad. For some reason, this guy's lad. This guy's lad. Yes, this guy's lad. This guy's eye went back to reds. There we go. I think that's good. And then this guy. What the fuck did the enamel obliterate? any amount of white. But like, I can understand the idea of maybe removing like all the color, but like, I guess was the white just too thin? I don't know. Anyway, so he's got these bits. It's got like these little tendrily bits, and if I can layer them with like maybe like 1 or 2 layers of white, and then go over it with that yellow. If I get any spillage, that's just going to be more glow for like elsewhere. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think this is the ticket. I think he was looking pretty good. I think this is going to like really sell this guy as like the sort of like the leader. Everybody knows the leader unit needs to glow the most. That's just good orc math. Glad Irish Irish slang for Schmeat. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, you found the things. Let's go. Let's go. See the clinging I know there's a Twitch category for like clinging things. Maybe that's what I gotta do to trick my brain into working on my workshop. I just do a day. I just do a day where like I take everything in my backlog and I organize it, and I just put everything on stream so people go like, wow, take a look at that. Because I do know that like cleanup streams are kind of neat because you use that as like a stepping stone to get your own stuff. And I think that's really the kind of like takeaway from a lot of those co-working streams, where it's like you're doing a thing, but the big difference is that you're also trying to convince someone else to do a thing that they were meaning to do. Back one, so I can also like maybe not necessarily get all of this stuff, but like maybe especially if I just do just the tips. Oh yeah, how's the Chaos Dwarves have been treating you well? Hell yeah, let's go. They do look nice. I feel like I keep seeing more of the new range manifest out of the ether. Like, I was aware that they released, and I remember seeing a bunch of their stuff. I feel like every now and then I'll just see like a new infantry guy. I'm like, I don't remember when you came out, buddy. I'm so detached from like any Age of Sigmarness at this point, though. There we go. Oh, I guess I also need to do the like little white bits on his fluff. Well, these guys I can maybe wait on a bit for that, but definitely I can. It's on him. Or buy more. Do you need more? Like how much more do you need to get like the full Chaos Dwarf experience, I guess? I know you mentioned you need the big bullfuck. I don't know if that like if you got that yet or not. Be real careful because like this the brush I'm using to apply the white's really good, but I know if I flick too hard, these are just at the right angle just to launch pigments everywhere. It's extra. Putting the white on thickly though. It's getting kind of up. I think I just need more. Okay, so it's like that. It's like if it's the, I guess you did just get like an army box, and usually that needs a couple bit more things. I've been very lucky that anything to do with the Emperor's Children stuff had like alternatives I can kind of dredge out, but that's not really possible for Chaos. I guess if you use like older stuff, you could. I wonder like how much of the older range is like, I imagine there's probably some ways that you could run older models within the new army and just be like, oh yeah, this is just like this guy, this is like my Demon Smith or whatever. Have people tried doing that? Have people brought their like old Chaos Dwarves out of retirement and just kind of like try to put them back in? Or is the army like too functionally different? Because I know there's like the Forge World era, which was like Doom Trains and like Infernal Guard and whatnot. I imagine you could probably use the Infernal Guard for like some of the troops, maybe. Unless G-Dubs did the G-Dubs thing where they were they're like, oh yeah, we released all these, but we gave them like very specific loadouts and whatnot, so nothing will ever be compatible with the old stuff because fuck you or Games Workshop. Hell yeah, brother. I don't know why Games Workshop would say hell yeah, brother, but you know what I mean. You know. I love the theoretical person who is like, I've been playing Chaos Dwarves since like Warhammer Fantasy Battles 2nd edition. I'm ready. Remember, first edition was very like weird and loose. It was like kind of like trying to like split the difference between an RPG or not, and it just didn't really super work great for both. I did kind of like those like really early attempts by G-Dubs where they're like, yeah, this is a war game, but it's also like an RPG, and you'll definitely need like somebody to like referee on this bitch. I said bitch really weird there, but whatever. You know what I mean though. You know what I mean. I like conceptually. I really like that era. That mindset, I guess. I gotcha. Yeah, so early stuff would be fine, and then late not so much. That's very interesting, actually. So really old Chaos Dwarf armies would be big chillin', but I guess as somebody who at one point did want to go all in on because like the idea of the Doom Train is really fun. The idea of having a big evil artillery train that you drag around the battlefield is conceptually very neat. I do think that like on paper that's a cool idea. I don't think I would ever have the money for it because Forge World though. I mean it's I don't even know if I could fully blame capitalism on that because some of that is just G-dubs being G-dubs. Like you can blame a lot on capitalism, but a lot of other companies that are also like big into money are not doing business quite the way James Workshop does. They're on a whole separate confusing level, I would argue. For usually for worse. Usually for worse. How you doing, Thunder Crusher? How you doing? Welcome. Oh, they are coming back in Old World. Okay, that's also cool. So they're still useful there too. Oh, I forgot they were. I forgot that Old World's an option at that point. Weirdly enough, like I'm aware it's a game. I see it being played at my shop sometimes, and like there's like decent stock of it. I don't think it's that popular at my shop though, because I do notice that a lot of it does end up in the clearance. So maybe that's one of those things that conceptually, or it's also like, you know, sometimes games just do better in certain regions and worse in others. Maybe my region is just not particularly great for Old World. I feel like maybe the thing's kind of cluttered together a bit too much, but that's fine. Yeah, Spike, I'm not super jazzed about. Like, wipe that up. Probably just touch it there. Hey, there we go. Kraken Blood novel. Hey, let's go. What's that? I don't recognize the Kraken Blood stuff. Let's see. Is it about the... I know there's like a Kraken... Oh, it's a Space Wolf thing. Never mind. Gotcha. I know that Star Krakens are real. I don't know how popular they are. I do know Star Krakens are a real thing. I'll let you dry a little bit, and... What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit up all these lads with a blow dryer. So I'm in advance for blow dryer noises, but I just want to see if I can accelerate the time. Awoo! No awoo. $300 fine. I want to see if I can get these to be like reasonably dry, so I can start working on them again, at least on the base. I'll also need to like really jazz up the tongues too. Okay, I can do that. And mush that in. I tried to mush that in a little bit, and it just kind of left a lump. So let me go. That's basically good enough. That's basically good enough. Despite my best wishes, I will not mush. I will no longer mush the lads. I guess I could also let them dry a little bit too while I'm waiting for some stuff. Like, the way they look, right? They look solid, but I also notice that, like, every now and then there's, like, some angles where I'm like, oh, there's, like, a little bit of jank. I think right now they're in that spot that, like, if you don't look too close, they look pretty legit. Yeah. Oh. Processional Woe is one of those armies that used to be one of my mains. I haven't ran it as much in a while, but not because it's like particularly like good or bad. It's just like I fixate on certain cults for a while and then I kind of move on. Yes and no. If you want melee fodder, I think Processional Woe is a really solid option, because the way the attack bonus works is only works on melee attacks, not guns. So like if you want to do big bricks of like 12 fodder with close combat weapons, or even brutes benefit. You kind of just want like a lot of melee bodies as for force multiplier reasons. That will work. It's also nice because you can give Fearless to a lot of your dudes as well, which kind of mitigates the issues of running real hot with panic tokens. That's what those are dry. You know, this guy's like, oh, repeat. No, there we go. But yeah, that's not a bad option. Are you shopping around for a melee cult? Another option, if you really want to do, is the pub crawlers, which I've been looking to. Actually, there's a mini I found that I think would be really banging for me. This is from Bestiarum, and this is from the like one of the Dark Wood sets. I fucking love this guy. He's look at his big ass fucking horn. Like, I almost don't want to convert him. This might actually just be enough that I could just run him as is. So it's one of the mercenary cults, and what it does is what's it called? When you play, you bring 5 pets. Pets are little tokens you put on the battlefield, and whenever you get within they're next to objective markers. When you get within 1 inch of an objective marker that contains a pet, you get the pet and you attach it to a unit. And pets have a bunch of different effects. So pets can like give a stump gun movement. The bigger ones that you would like, there are bees, which come in groups of 3, and you can give a bee to each infantry, and each model with a bee gets an additional attack per model. That's pretty good. Like, that's real fucking solid. However, the real big dick thing is Lambton, the lamprey. And that gives you, if you roll a 6 on an attack, you auto wound. Which means that straight up your big lumps of shitty fodder, because you're going to be rolling a fuckload of attacks, can just eat a lump or like a bastard really easily. You can shred shit with that. And you can also combine it for the extra attack one to get even more attacks, and it's pretty fucking baller. That's one of those things I don't know if that will ever be changed or not. Like, that almost feels too good, but also, like, Turnip is just kind of a whimsical, silly game. Yeah, they also get a thing that whenever you move a unit, you can move another unit up to 6 inches. They will leave their toady behind, or their snob behind, sorry. I interchangeably use toady, snob, and like way too much. But it's still very nice. I think the yellow one there was a good idea. We be anglerfish maxing. Get like a little bit in there. Get as much of this kind of like. I don't need to go like super big on the glow, but I do just need to kind of make every area around his back just kind of like slightly tinged yellow. How you doing, Shadow? Welcome. How you doing? We're talking turnip tactics. But yeah, no, I'm looking to build that cult because it's also one of those ones that, like, I was about to say nobody in my local area plays it, but when I did the big turnip event thing, there was a guy who came out of state that plays it, and I did not actually get to play against him, so I didn't actually get to see what that was like. But conceptually, it seems really weird. The pets are also fun. There's also a pet you can give your enemy where they lose 6 inches to their movement, which can be crippling. There's one that can give 6 inches to movement for one of your dudes. Like, oh no, I guess I could just pluck that off. It's fine. It's like I want this to be glowy, but I also don't really want like too much tint on the other. Like, I can do like a really light yellow on that. His face. A decent amount. Yeah, like this is like a full face thing. Yeah, I do think this is the right idea. Like the top of the gun. Yeah, boy, he's glowing. He's radiant. Oh, I still need to do my Allison mold too. I showed it earlier what I want to do, and I just have not even started yet. All right, we'll let him dry. These guys are. Probably still give them a bit more time. I can give them a bit more time. Yeah, no, fuck it. Let's go with these lads. Let's go with these lads. These lads are going to eventually need to be on bases anyway, so I think what I need to do is do maybe like. Oh, I need to do metals on them. Let me do metal because I need to get like up in there. Let me zoom in a little bit too. There we go. Ah, Marie Kondo jump scare. So yeah, these are going to be my Brood Brother. They're using Brood Brother. Actually, they're only using Brood Brother heads. The rest of these are just like extra gaunts. They're kind of just popping out off their shits. Which I'm digging. Which I'm digging. I do love the heads too. So like I got all the heads. I have not primed the heads. Because I want to do that thing where I've seen people, they will actively like put a drill hole into the bottom of a head and like glue a thing on there. Just been throwing on my Christmas gift to myself. I mean, conceptually that sounds cool. It's one of those like, I don't know your financial situation, so I don't want to be like, yeah, treat yourself. And you're like, I guess I'm eating ice soup for the next like 10 weeks. If you think you'll build it and you got the financial means to do so, I don't see why not. You know, at the end of the day, you know yourself. So, you know. Gunpla do be fun though. Gunpla do be fun. Review side. So let's get the lads. Let's get going on there. Ice soup sounds good right now. Why? Oh, do you live in one of those areas where it's like getting hotter? For me, it's like, yes, it has been fall for a while now. I understand that it is now the start of November, but I think it's only really like I'm in an area where oh no, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I forgot. My bad. Understandable. At least where I'm at, it's like just now the leaves are like just now starting to fall from the trees, and it's actually starting to get like chilly. So my sense of seasons is all fucked up. It'd be hard to kind of reach into the crevice a bit like this. If I'm gonna have to get a bit of it on like the. It's another one of those that like I would have maybe like probably would have been a good idea to do this. I guess I can't really do this guy in sub-assemblies because I need the goop to like really like shape the model. It's like too clean of a cutoff. I guess I can just kind of go like. You just get a little bit in there. There we go. All right. All right, we got a couple more to do that. Or hey, let's go. Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, you gotta get the Allison mold themselves, which is the big part. But yeah, understandable. So there's some parts of these guys I might need to do more flesh stuff. Also, Nintendo, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Have a good rest. But yeah, God, Allison mold does seem like a cool cult. It's one of those ones that I remember early on hearing it was like really stupid good because Allison mold by themselves are just like a big fuck off. I guess they are basically a big fuck off free unit at the end of the day. Like they are like a free crab. You don't even really have to order them around to do anything. You just kind of detach and you just hit stuff with club. Ah, gotcha. There's like if you want like specifically like Alice, like if you don't want like a proxy or anything cool that like matches your army, like I do know that there is I think it's like Soul Studio did a Alice that was just like a copy of Alice from the book. Like if you wanted that exact one, I could probably dredge that STL up for you if you wanted. Because I think somebody else had a thing where it's like, well, I wanted to do this, but I wanted that exact Alice, and she's just not available. Yeah, or maybe it's like Soul Union. But watch out, because if I remember right, there was somebody that does like 99% like porn STLs, and then just like this one safe for work Alice. So like I could look that up real quick. I could look that up. Because I don't want to like jump scare anyone with lewds. They do. I think that's kind of their primary thing. And I don't even mean like, tee-hee, this is cheesecake. I mean like, no, this is like actually like X-rated pornography models. let me get the medal on all these lads, and then I'll go from there. Also, I had a thing. I'm like, ooh, this is cheeks and bonks. Mostly, it's like women with like huge dicks. That's kind of the thing they do a lot. Like that's a pretty common thing to do. So like, you know, if you're into that, they have that. But like if you're not, heads up, they do a lot of that. So yeah, let me get these little bits and kind of jump in. Perfect for Slanesh, I guess. if your group is accepting or you're just like building for home, I think I could ever do that. Like I don't mind like artistic nudity. I don't think I could ever have a sex pornos model at the shop. Why did you phrase it like that? You guys are all way too excited for this. Hold on. Hey, let me see. I think it's my mini factory. I bookmark this thing. I think I almost wanted to build Alice at one part, so I might have put that in my collection. Save for later. Alice. Hey, there we go. Oh, I downloaded it because it's free. There we go. So yeah, here is. I guess she is like like she does got like reasonably large cleavage. But like by the same token, that for me, maybe it's just I've been on the internet too long. That amount of cleavage doesn't faze me. You could run her on for an Allison Mole, and nobody would be like, Lightly out of frame. Oh, I know I did. I just need to swoosh this over a little bit. Super cute. I was like, why do I have the VLC video source? I think it's just doing like another model rotator. Hey, scooch. Excellent. Yeah, caked up but tasteful. Now, to what to use for mole, that I don't know. They did not provide a mole equivalent, so you're on your own there, unfortunately. I did what I could. Let me get a little bit more white, because I think I need to touch up some of the back stuff a little bit. Just a smidgen. Ooh, Chronifix would be fun, yeah. I actually the one I'm doing. I'm using the Neuro Tyrant and then some other bullshit for mine, so that should be fun. Yeah, sculpting is really hard. Sculpting's definitely one of those things that every now and then I'm like, I'm gonna do this. And it's like, no, sculpting is like sculpting is a whole miniature skill set I don't have. I think I'm like good at kit bashing. I can kit bash basically whatever I want. And like, I can find STLs for things I want pretty easily. But in terms of like making stuff, yeah, I see what you mean, but I told you, I don't know if you're like, well, how can't mean that. A mole with a fat ass would be really funny, though. That would be really funny. Streak. This one just basic. And they've like. Okay, that's good. This part's really weird because the tendril is like directly weaving on top of the carapace. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave like a little bit of the original. Do maybe little bits on there. Yeah, oh yeah, no, there is. How you doing, Valcon? How you doing? Welcome. I told you when I said those models are sex pornos. Like, yeah, no, those are the studio sold us like 90% lewds, like actual sex minis, and then also what's it called? And then just, like, you know, every now and then they'll do a couple safe for work models. Like, there's like a decent amount of creators that like their thing is just like not safe for work stuff. They're like, yeah, that's fine. I don't have a strong use for any of them, but like they seem to be doing aight. Probably hit all this with a yellow again once this is all dried up. Some sort of factory for cheesecake, like a cheesecake factory. Wait a minute. The lawyers just come like us and beat sticks. As is their right, I guess. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. There we go. All right, I'm gonna let that dry for now. I already linked them. The link above that has the link to the Allison Mole. If you want to get spicier than that, that is on you. If you're gonna do anything more buck wild than that, that's entirely on you. All right, what do I want to do now? So that this could dry brush on some of the dark ivory. What I need to do. And then I think what I'm going to try doing this time is when I put these guys together, I don't think I'm going to do the enamel stage on them until I got everything else kind of settled. Which I think is the correct move. Yeah, this one's like reasonably good. Yeah, I told you! Everybody is having the like, oh, this can't be that bad. How, oh God. Like, I don't know how everybody, I don't know why everybody is doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. I guess, VTubers get the viewers that match, but it's just very funny how it's like, oh, this can't be, oh. Yeah, I'm gonna build up the white on these guys again. And this is what I did with the other lads, but I think what happened is I need to do another step where I do seal in some of this, because if not, it's gonna be too much. Oh my God, fine, hold on. I will link Lady Alice, who is safe for work and very tasteful. Again. If anyone goes anywhere else besides that, that is on you. I have done more than enough due diligence. You have been appropriately warned. If you do not see St. Peter's pearly gates, my hands are clean. I mean, they're covered in paint, but my hands are clean of your sin. There we go. That's better. That's not too. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like bookmarks. Okay, that's fun. Everyone's got to independently come to the same thing. Yeah, I vaguely remember seeing a lot of cheesecake when I think I ran into those random minis independently of you, but I didn't really think too much about where they came from. I was just on my mini factory and I was just like, oh, cool, random's here. Oh, okay. That happens like a decent amount. Like the Mads minis, the guy who did all the. Also, how you doing, Ironclad Flint? How you doing? A couple different things. Basically, I'm doing a big Turnip28 project where I'm using Malstrain Genestealers and just random turnip stuff. So these are going to be my gutter snipes. Specifically, I'm doing like base bodies with a lot of like Tyranid bits kind of bolted on. I'm repping garlic. I'm repping garlic for mine. If you check out my Instagram, I have a bunch of garlic themed models. There we go. Garlic is my main one. But yeah, this is going to be my Toph. This is going to be my Lady Ileana. Onions are very good too, to be fair. We are in close alliance. And then these are the Malstrains, which you can see they got like little fused on faces that are not doing very good. But yeah, hell yeah, fellow turnip enjoyer. Let's go. I've been playing a lot of turnip. Oh, there's actively so funny thing is, like, originally the other people in my group was wanting to do garlic, but he never really committed to it. And then I rolled in and sort of claimed garlic. So he did pumpkin, especially because Max doesn't like pumpkins. So it's almost kind of like a fun spite thing. So how you doing, Jason Reyes? Welcome. How you doing? I have I have a beet-themed army a little bit. I have some garlic guys. I have like a cult that is not really based on, like, not turnip style cult, like a cult, based on the idea that sin is stored in the feet. So they go around cutting their own feet off and then going from town to town, cutting people's feet off to save them from sin. It was really funny because I ended up explaining that to somebody at the turnip event that I helped co-run, and they're like, "What? Huh? What?" And then it's like, think about it. Have you ever seen feet? Like, have you seen what feet does to people on the internet? And they're like, "Oh, actually, you know what? That tracks. Maybe sin is stored in the feet." I was like, "Got him. See in the light." Yeah, that's the thing that I find funny, that like if you want to be like spiteful but in like a fun, playful way, pumpkins are just right there ready for you. Yep. Retouch that up a little bit. So we'll go to other ones. So what my friend did, he did Charybdis. So he's got these like big hermit crab like crabs, and they just have like shells with pumpkin faces, like jack-o'-lanterns on them. It's really, really nice. I will say he did a real good job with his pumpkin lads. And originally, like, he was painting his army yellow, and I was like, oh yeah, you could just use like an orange speed paint and then make them all extra pumpkin-y. And he did, and it looked great. Chaos Knights. Ooh, okay, I have to clarify. The ones on foot, or the ones on foot, or the ones that are the big robots? Because I do paint the big robot ones as well. I actually got one that I have not done a proper rotator for, but I could go off like a preview image. Actually, no, I don't think I haven't uploaded it from my camera yet. Hey, let's go. I also do Chaos Knights. I'm doing my own custom house, but it's basically just like Nurgle Chaos Knights because I like them. Once again, they're on my Instagram if you check it out. Like, they're way more near the bottom. I haven't done a huge amount of new ones in a while, but I am working on, I took a Vermin Lord and a War Dog and kind of fused them together, and that's what I'm doing. That's all right, Clint Flint. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. But yeah, I kind of do all kinds of stuff. I do Turnip, I do Trench Crusade. The only 40k I play is 3rd edition, even though I have at one point it was 2,000 points of painted Chaos Knights. I don't know how many points of Chaos Knights it is now with edition changes and whatnot. Hey, who'd you play Trench Crusade? I primarily lean Heretic, but I basically have everything. I have everything except for a fully painted new Antioch army, and even then, I'm like reasonably close. Still got like 4 Swiss Guard guys on my desk just waiting for paint. Oh, I'm jelly. We were starting a campaign at my shop, and it kind of stalled out for a bit. I'm thinking with the actual rules getting released, I think a lot of people who are like, what's it called? I think the only people, like, I think people who are like on the fence or waiting for it to be like done, like I think there's still gonna be some weeks that need to be done, are going to be probably excited to jump in, so I'm excited for that. Hey, let's go. Who do you play in Heresy? I don't play Heresy, but I do like painting it. Ostensibly, there is a Heresy group where I'm at, but they play on days I don't really have access to, so I have not gotten the game in yet. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. No, Dark Angels are fun. I'm a Word Bearers lad. I like the, ooh! Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, we got, sorry, for a while there's a bit of a mix-up because both your names are bright green for me, but hell yeah, let's go. Dark Angels, we got some Solar Auxilia. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, no, that's totally fair. That is a good look, So, Heresy Dark, really, most Heresy armies look better than their 40k counterparts, I think. Like, I even really like Heresy Ultramarines. Heresy Ultramarines look like pretty legit. It does seem like they're kind of bringing that back a little bit to 40k, but now that the Vicatrix Guard can be ran like as a separate unit. But yeah, no, I do Word Bears because I love them. They're great. They're fucked up lads who you know, it was really tragic when the Emperor made them do Calf as an act of self-defense, but like, you know, everybody gets pushed too far sometimes. It's really fun to say Calf was an act of self-defense because depending on the person, like, you can just get like a really like, what the fuck are you talking about reaction. It's good. It's a good shit. Halbernot channel, Erebus's #1 apologist. No, I'm not apologist. Apologist would imply that I think he's an innocent being that did nothing wrong. I think he did everything wrong, but he does it so fun that, like, how can you hate him? He's one of the few people, like, he's living his best life. Typhus is living his best life. Karn arguably might be living his best life, but I think his definition of best life was kind of changed by the nails. Who else is living their best lives? So I guess Harlequin's kind of hard typically. As heresy outright. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Very, very legit. Fabius Bile is living his best life depending on the book. Very, very, very depending on the book. Oh god. Also too, I'm currently on the second Caiaphas Cain book. And can I say once again, this is reestablishing a belief of mine. So a lot of times I'll read about a faction, like, you know, I'll know about a faction, I'll read the book for the faction, and I come away like, you know what? That's a pretty good faction. So how you doing, Queek? Welcome. How you doing? I'll be like, okay, these guys are pretty cool. To date, like, this applies a little bit to Harlequins. I think for me, Mechanicus, every time they're in a book, I dislike them more. They're always the genesis for, like, dumb bullshit. Every time it's them. It's them. They're the ones consistently fucking, and I know that's everything up. I know that's kind of like the bit. But it's like, man, fuck me. It's like every like if I like spoilers, a Mechanicus guy fucks around in the Caiaphas Cain second book. It's not that big of a spoiler because it wasn't really like plot books, but like, Jesus Christ. I'm doing good though. I'm doing good. I've been very big tired lately, but things have been going pretty well, and I've been working on my lads, which is pretty legit. Have these guys global the bases very soon, which is good. I'm probably gonna do. What I need to do is I'm debating how much I want to vary up their pants. Like, part of me almost wants to keep them kind of like a uniform gray. It's like a real uniform gray, and don't like. Probably don't need a lot of originality or color variation. I also just do brown pants. I don't know. I'm kind of fixated on doing gray pants. I think I'll stick with gray pants. We'll do that. Oh, let's go. Oh yeah, is it one of those ones that like the kits sold out like a billion years ago, so now it's just really hard to find legit versions of? I know a lot of those like kind of like Contemptor chest plates and whatnot can be kind of hard to get. Lest I forget. If I did not say already, Thunder Crusher, enjoy your lurk. I feel like I might have, but it's like one of those things I'm never 100% certain that I remember everything, so I err on the side of caution. So we'll do this gray pants and black shoes. How you doing, Vorin? Yeah, I mean, they definitely do things to the story, but it is really funny when they're like, these Mechanicus fucks. They're like, this guy's gonna fuck me over. I can feel it. I think the one book that I can recall where a Mechanicus person showed up and didn't objectively ruin everything, in recent memory that I read, was No Fear. I think in No Fear, the Mechanicus lady was like a pretty integral component to that, in a way that was like helpful to everybody involved. Hi there, Majide. How you doing? I've been doing very, very good. I have been working, I'm basically doing a Turnip, if you've not seen this yet, I've been doing a Turnip28 Genestealer project, specifically like Malstrain Genestealers, and that's been going very, very, very well. Currently, there's like some like shooty grunts that I'm trying to get like their legs painted enough that I can glue them onto the base so I can like grip them and magnetize them and whatnot. Yeah, no, I've been doing pretty good. Projects have been going at a reasonably steady rate. There we go. Put the gray over. yeah, I think Caves of Ice is about to wrap up soon, and I'm still 50-50, everyone. I'm torn between the Ravener trilogy or doing some of the like the White Scars Heresy books. There's also a little bit of me that wants to try doing, like, I don't think I'm ever going to be the guy that will read all the Horus Heresy books, because every time I hear about people doing that, how you doing, Lushka? Welcome. How you doing? I feel like every time people have done that, they've regretted it. And I don't want to suffer through books that are going to be bad. I'll pick and choose. Wait, your new boss is the mayor? No, I don't. No. Well, also, thank you for the hydrate. I will do that in a sec. Choto. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes a lot of sense then. Fair point. Well, what I was thinking about doing is, like, I know, like, the first 5 form a coherent narrative, and I do already own them. Like, I already have the audiobooks ready to go that I picked up on sale a long time ago. So it's not like I would be, like, spending money or credits or anything if I decide just to listen through them. Or at least maybe get to the Flight of the Eisenstein, because I know that one is, like, pretty solid. Like, I don't think, like, I've done the ones I enjoy. Like, I've also done, like, the first Heretic and whatnot and had fun there. But, like, oh, that's basically what I've been doing. I've been sticking around to Wordbearer's stuff. And I was thinking about doing White Scars, which are not a legion I don't know a whole lot about White Scars. I kind of know the general idea that, like, you know, like, Mongolians goes fast, people like the Khan. I heard you do strange things to your men, etc. I don't know a huge amount about them in the Heresy. I know that there was sort of a big thing where they were, like, one of the few legions that was relatively split on whether they should go with Horus or not. And I think the book Scars is specifically about that, but apparently it's pretty good. And you get to learn about a lot of the Khan and, like, a lot of his buds. Like, that sounds like fun. Yeah, so I think that's when the traitors are sort of mentioned. Like, I did the dumb thing where I was looking up somebody in Lexiconum, and they just, like, the opening paragraph is just, like, immediate spoilers. And I've been through this rodeo enough that, like, I every now and then I'll do this. I'll accidentally spoiler flashbang myself. I should know better. Once again, I've been through this a couple times. But I was just like, well, you know, I'll just, like, do, like, a quick lookup of a thing, like, or, like, I'll be reading an article on White Scars. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, okay. Luckily, I mean, I've been, you know, I can't have been online as long as I have and not grown just numb to spoilers. Like, a big reveal that surprises me is fine, but I'm also, like, okay with, like, knowing things. Also, because, you know a lot of 40k knowledge and 30k knowledge just through osmosis will mean that, like, it's hard to be truly surprised about a lot of shit in the Heresy. You're like, yeah, no, I know. Spoilers, I know how this goes down. Not great. Not great for everybody involved. So those guys are drying. Go back to you, buddy. And I want to go back to doing the yellow speed. Yes, I got cat ears, so I can definitely go fast. Got a cat fast. Yeah. I know, right? This is some... Don't they... From what I understand, they do that in the book. Where it's like, this is not like Horus's war, this is Horus's heresy or something like that. I'm vaguely aware that that's a line that's said, but I also don't know how much of it might just be a joke. Like, one that might just be, like proliferate around. Like, I just assume that every 40k bit of info I learn, unless I can confirm it firsthand, is just potentially lies. It's pretty common. Pretty common for stuff to be lies and slander. Got that going pretty good, and let's get this on. Bit of glow on the hand. Cool. All right. Still might touch up some of the back tendrils. I don't think these have ever gotten like enough even paint that I've been like super duper happy with them. But you know, cool. I did that same thing too, weirdly enough. I didn't get super so the very first 40k book I ever tried to read was Horus Rising. And that was like several years before I did any like getting into the lore stuff, and I bounced off of that fucker hard. I just immediately bounced off, and I don't remember how far I got. I do remember that there was like the council where Loken gets kind of made into like the Ornival. It's he joins like the upper echelon, you know, he truly becomes the Horus Heresy 40k. But and like Abaddon was there, and for some reason at the time it did not click in my brain that like, oh yeah, that's Abaddon, that's him. Yeah, there's like I've mostly tried to read chaos books and books that I've heard are pretty solid, and so far that hasn't really led me astray. To date, there's only 2 books that I actively just don't think I liked, which apparently both of them are controversial. The 2 books I have liked reading the least are Brutal Cunning and what's the other one? Brutal Cunning and No No Fear. Those were the 2 I did not enjoy reading very much, which is funny because for a lot of people those are like really beloved bangers, and I have easy reasons for both. One of them, here's the thing: 1/3 of Brutal Cunning is a fun book. 1/3 of Brutal Cunning is a fun book. 2/3 of it are about Mechanicus just like bickering at each other. Probably doing this like really thin brown speed paint. It's kind of almost like a wash on this. And at least for me, No Fear was just watching a bunch of like, it was pretty much just like a bunch of interchangeable Ultramarines. And I know people are like, the individual characters aren't the point, but for me, they're always, that's the point. I enjoy the novels when I care about the characters and their stakes. Like, listen, I know Calth got big blown up, but unless like, when you see the devastation through interchangeable Ultramarine number 32, interchangeable Ultramarine, this guy's legitimately one of them basically is like, this guy's just got a red hat. Where the gist is that like, this was the guy who was like the reason why sergeants have red hats was in honor of this guy, because originally the red helmet was a mark of censure. And he was a little too rebellious. Sometimes he liked using slightly unpredictable tactics. I'm like, oh my fucking god, really? I know that the Ultramarines have come a long way from like Blueberry Boy Scouts, but at the time I was like it's basically the way they read it. It's like if you find like a really stodgy couple to like, baby, listen, tonight we're gonna have sex with the wool socks off. And you're like, oh my, Roger, are you sure? We always only do missionary with the lights out for the sole purpose of procreation. Like, babe, tonight we're doing that. Socks off. Maybe with a little bit of music. Oh. And you know what? You know what? We might really spice it up. Maybe today. Maybe. If we're feeling spicy, you know, we gotta take things slow. Maybe a bit of cowgirl, maybe. Like that's what the guy, where it's like, oh, he spends a lot of the book in a batting cage, effectively playing with fancy weapons he's not allowed to play with. And I'm like, oh my god, this is the rebellious Ultramarine. And it's like, I don't hate Ultramarines, and I think I actually like Gilliman reasonably well enough. I think Gilliman's a very reasonable character doing his best, and I think anytime I see Gilliman, I'm generally being like, you know what? Good for you, Gilliman. I get what you're going for. I understand that in Betrayer, you're going to get your ass whooped because even though you got 2 power fists, you're going against Angron. I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm still like not rooting for your death. I'm not like I'm not your typical Word Bearers fan. But I don't know Battle for the Abyss off the top of my head. But yeah, at least Battle of Calth was a lot of like that for me. But apparently a lot of people like, no, Battle of Calth, No Fear. Yeah, that's like the best Horus Heresy book. This is the one that turned around my opinion on Ultramarines. The part that really fucked with me up though is poor sweet Telemachus. They introduce a brand new dreadnought, like a guy who got recently turned into a dreadnought, and he was really cool. Like he basically gets like crash landed onto the planet and is like, oh god, I'm in a box and I can't move and everything sucks. How you doing, more? See, you get it. You get it. Health is an act of self-defense. Also, you missed it earlier. We were talking about Danny the Street for a little bit. Well, I like Telemachus, but he was basically in there and then just at the very end is like, oh, and then Telemachus showed up in the final battle. I was like, hey. I do wonder if there was like at one point supposed to be like an extended version of No Fear. Like if Dan Abnett wrote like a 600-page book and was just like, they're like, buddy, no. Buddy, no, listen. Listen. You already are on a tangent about fucking perpetuals. No. Stop. No. Also, that book has perpetuals in it. Like, I don't care. I don't care that Ollie's a good character. I hate perpetuals. I only have room in my heart for one perpetual, and that's Vulcan, and he's allowed. If they made perpetuals not real and just made the regeneration Vulcan's special Primarch power, I would 100% enjoy that way more. I would enjoy that way the fuck more. I think that's such a better way to do it. I don't like them. I don't want to read the Alpha Legion book, Legion, because John Grammaticus has a huge part in it, and that was when I was on my Alpha Legion kick. I was like, ooh, I really want some Alpha Legion stuff, and they're like, well, this is like the big one that sets up a lot of motivations for a lot of stuff. I was like, cool, and they're like, oh, it's also John Grammaticus' book. Fuck! Yeah, in No Fear, he was just floating around in space for a while, which is one of those things you're like, that's kind of dumb, but also like, fuck it, why not? Just breathe in space, who gives a shit? I also just like how often Gilliman just uses two Power Fists as his weapons. You ever like getting so angry that you can just breathe in space? Hell yeah, brother. Corn's like, let me do you a solid, Jilly. I meant to say Gilly, but whatever. Listen. Listen, I know everybody likes being wrong, but it's pronounced Gilliman. oh god, that's a very specific way to make an Ultramarines fan really upset. Just insist on calling him Gilliman. They're like, yeah, no, it's like Jif, right? Yeah, no, it's like Jif. Yeah, it's Gilliman. Yeah. Listen, I know how things are pronounced. Have I listened to the audiobooks? Yeah, no, they said Gilliman, yeah. 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 I don't know why you're being so upset right now. Are you okay? Everything's fine? Yeah, I think they did say that there's like because like the ship does have a little bit of atmosphere. I'm mostly just giving some shit. It's just very funny, just a Primarch just flying around in space, and then he just coming back in, just sort of like an advanced version of Kool-Aid Man. Just not giving a fuck. Yeah. Robuit Gilman. There we go. So you call him, let's see, let's see. Let's say, yeah, Robo-Oot Gilman. Yeah, Gilman. Yeah. That's how he's pronounced. Yeah, that's accurate. 100% accurate. Local man is too angry. He just wanted to fill out forms, man. Why did you do this to him? Just wanted to live his peaceful Primarch life. I mean, you don't really live a peaceful Primarch life, but you want to just like, just fuck up orcs and shit. It's fine. But see, I'm okay with the Emperor not having peers, but I do like every now and then looking at older lore and seeing mention of like the Sensei and Star Child, stuff like that. Stuff that like I don't recall what the like. I don't think any of it's like any canon whatsoever. I know sometimes it's like one of those things that will get like mentioned or hinted at in like some side book, so I don't know what the current like, canon version of the Star Child is. The Lionwood just killed everyone. I mean, I guess the laser did kill everyone they didn't evacuate and whatever, but like, That's why I always do all my word bearers for heresy stuff with ruined bases, because I'm like, hey, you made Monarchia burn. So we're gonna do that to your cities now. Yippee! Yay! Yeah, so I've been using saddle brown speed paint for this just to add a little bit of extra color variety. Looks like it's going pretty good. Maybe I might even do like a little, like little bits. Nothing super deep. Maybe if I just see like a deep ravine, I might add like a little extra oomph. This might be a mistake, but we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. What's how you doing, Kyra? Welcome. My Ash base. Hey, let's go. That is pretty based. Well, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, you ever miss Excel so much you fly through space and then you punch someone? Hell yeah. Yeah, I think the idea was like, I think Gilliman was like, I still think Monarchia was a bad idea because the Emperor is dumb. But I think it's just because they make him do weirder. I think it's just the Emperor's unfortunately that too many cooks in the kitchen that so makes him like look like an irrational crazy person, which he kind of is, to be fair. But I think the implication was that like Gilliman was like, even like he was like Gilliman even felt bad about Monarchia and No Fear. That was a kind of neat thing where he's like, I felt bad about this. Like I didn't want to be the guy to like kick the sand in your face, but Dad made me. So like now that Horus is saying that we should go and crusade together, maybe this would be some, maybe we could like let bygones be bygones and whatnot. I'm assuming he didn't send any of the real murder legions because he really didn't want to like turbo murder everyone. He just wanted to do an example. And like, if you're going to call someone to do that, Ultramarines are probably a good choice, Oh, God. Oh, that's horrible, but at least you're back home though. Yippee. Let's go. Yeah, as a dedicated Erebus did nothing wrong man. I do think the Ultramarines were like if out of the legions to send, they were the one to do it. I will say that. I will absolutely give credit where credit's due. Doing this, I'm sure this is gonna dry funky. Like the color, the little crevice shading that I'm doing now is kind of fun. I don't know if it's gonna look great once I'm done with it, but like sometimes you just gotta fuck around. Sometimes you just gotta. We're gonna let those dry a bit. Someone not used to exercise or someone doing the biggest exercise. They're doing the biggest exercise. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. If the Emperor was like, you need to kill them, he would send the Dark Angels, but he didn't because that was not the point. He still fucked up. That was still a bad idea. Monarchia was still a bad idea. I fully believe that Monarchia was a bad idea, but it's fun for a story. Stories do bad ideas because things are fun, and I bet people do bad. That's actually why I like Lorgar Laws of Primarch. I like him as a very flawed person who's like really like he does like his children, and he tries to do a lot. He is very caring, but also like he's really flippant and gets pissed off really easy. Like he does throw temper tantrums, and he's a huge hypocrite sometimes. I like that though. I like him as I like flawed characters like that. I think it's neat. I think he's neat. Well, yeah, because wasn't that the general gist where it's like Russ is the executioner because like we need someone executed, and that the Dark Angels are exterminators when you need everybody dead. Because the lion was off his shits. Though I also have not seen him properly in a book yet. There's a lot of things that like I take for granted for cultural osmosis, but like I've seen Gilliman in books a decent amount. I have not seen the lion in a book at all. I've not seen. I've seen Kurz a little bit, mostly just saving Lorgar. And he was just mostly... No, that's not true. Kurz was in the Night Lords trilogy a decent amount. Via the power of flashback. So, he was in there, like, a reason amount. Yeah, I think it's just the Emperor's executioner and sounds really, really cool as well. So I could see somebody who's really into like boosting yourself up in storytelling, be like, fuck yeah, let's go. Check out my cool title. I'm the best. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. And Russ. Actually, no, Russ would be the Primarch that goes, hell yeah, brother. If you like, listen, if you think about a Primarch that says hell yeah, brother, I think it has to be Russ. I think like contractually it has to be Russ. Russ is the hell yeah, brother Primarch. Huh. Based on the title alone, I would assume he would be in that more, but I guess maybe not. No. Okay. Interesting. Unless maybe it's a book about like other Dark Angels? Maybe? I don't know. I also do have a very weird slant to my 40k stuff. I will say I have read more Imperial stuff as of late, but I'm primarily a Chaos reader. I am primarily reading Chaos if I can. I've been taking a lot more breaks because I think I exhausted a lot of Chaos I want to read. But I mean, there's still some stuff. Like there's like there's like 2 or 3 Alpha Legion books I want to get around to that aren't Legion. There's a couple of others I'm blanking on. Some other really good Alpha Legion books, or even just like Heresy book, Chaos books. Jesus Christ. I need to look. A lot of my like Warhammer book choices are kind of arbitrary. Like there's things I want to eventually get around, and I have them on my list, but I just also sometimes will just pick stuff on a whim. Oh, it's by Asper. Okay. Oh, that'd actually be cool. I think a Luther book would kind of honestly be more interesting than a Lion book, at least during that era, maybe. I could see myself enjoying that way more. Not just because Luther falls to chaos, just because like Luther's like in a very, from what I understand, Luther's in a really weird spot where like he's like really cool dude and he's like really strong and chivalrous and neat, and like as a guy he's about the best you could shoot for, but then Primarch. No, listen, I've seen a decent amount of Xenos, but I did do Brutal Cunning, which I didn't like. But not because of the Xenos bit. I have been told that apparently the Big Daka is fun for an orc book. Apparently Big Daka is the one that fixes a lot of my problems with what's it called? That fixes a lot of my problems that I had with Brutal Cunning. Because the opposite end of Big Daka are Drukhari, and they have a lot more stuff going on in Kamara than a bunch of fucking just a bunch of fucking nerds bickering forever. Yeah, he's the bridesmaid, yeah. Oh, I wonder if Fujo's ever do angsty Lion X Luther. I have been seeing there's we were talking about that earlier. I forgot to mention it during I think I mentioned it maybe a little bit. For Space King stuff, there's this like Yume Joshi who makes a bunch of hate monger ship art with herself. It's really amusing actually. She does like a really, really funny job with it. Let me see if I got as an example. I recently followed her. There we go. I greatly like everything about this, and like even like the art style stuff I find really, really fun. It's also weirdly nostalgic. Like their self-insert OC is like straight out of like DeviantArt like 2008. I'm fucking here for it. There we go. Like look at this. It's really, really good. I very much enjoy it. It's very fun. Spiked ice cream cone is also a very nice touch. There's also like another one. There's one other one that I think that was not drawn by her, but someone else drew, and she retweeted it, where somebody else has a self-insert that they ship with the captain. And then like they also drew her and Hatemonger as a fun like bit of like gift art. Where do I want to tuck you at? I can cover the Lard Cube, we know. We know what the Lard Cube does. There we go. Well, let me transform. Hit the screen. I greatly enjoy this because, like, this other person's fan art character is very like similar kind of style. But I also really just find it funny that like she drew this. This is her. That's the self-insert on the left, and the captain's just talking about his chick being fat. It's like, oh, Yume Joshi when they're off their shits are incredibly funny. They're incredibly, incredibly funny. I like when Yume Joshi wild out. They have a lot of, I would never have the balls to self-insert to the level that they do. And I from the distance I look at it, I'm like, this is buck wild. This is neat. I find it fascinating. Here's 12 orc books. I could. Doesn't feel like a lot, but also that doesn't. Like that's one of those things. Like that doesn't surprise me. That really does. That doesn't surprise me at all. Sadly. That's my. Hey, there we go. I was apparently I've used enough like enamel, not enamel. I used enough minerals, not mineral sprouts. I used that like test free BBW wife. I mean, isn't that what we all want at the end of the day? Isn't that what civilization is based upon? This is paint up. Okay, how you doing? How you doing? I've been working on my turnip Genestealers. Tonight I got 4 models done. I was real optimistic about getting a lot of these done. This guy, he's not that far off, though. I don't think he's that far off. You're not picky. Fair. Let's see. Just get like a little bit on here. But yeah, we're just talking about like 40k books and Yume Joshi and stuff like that. But yeah, no, like I don't think I don't think I could ever self-insert like that. It's very neat. Like I find it fascinating because it's like they're having fun and they're not really hurting anyone, but also it's like it's a thing that I could never do. And there's like a lot of passion and effort put into those kind of things. So I just look at my little corner and I'm just like, wow, look at them go. I need more of the magic mix. I'm trying to do the, like, slow... I need to try it a little bit on this. Let's keep this at the acceptable glaze consistency. Let's just fix up the eye. Yeah, boy. Okay. I was worried that these lads are going to be a bit trickier to kind of touch up, but it looks like, nah. Like this guy is definitely more like meaty from the side, so he's going to be a little bit more fucked up, but it does look like the glazing is turning out pretty well. Gotta get some of these angles are just not going to be hit, but that's also fine because no one's going to see them. But yeah, how you doing? How you doing? This project has been turning out good, and I've been having a good time, and I've been getting good progress today. Yippee. Excellent. Put that spike as well, but I can do that. But now. Today, my wet palette has been doing a lot of work, and I've been very, very happy about that. Like, I didn't use too many colors, and like, but all the ones I have been using have been basically being like ready to paint pretty much from stage 1. But yeah, no, I've been also. Let me show you the orbs real quick because I'll work on the orbs. How are we? Oh, are you doing like one of those like screen blocker app things? I legitimately started using one of those. I started using one of those only for the weekends because I do have like I was realizing how much time I was wasting. Just like I would wake up, I'd be in bed, I would just like browse Twitter for a while. It's like one of those things that like objectively I'm like, this is a stupid waste of time. But I'm so tired. I don't want to get out of bed. Maybe I'll just, just like casually, just like a little casual browse, just like a little casual browse. And it would just like it. Oh, you've been doing sleeps. Oh shit, how's that going for you? Hopefully that's been going good. I've heard of people like I know a lot of VTuber friends of mine have been doing like going to like sleep clinic trials. Like basically they're doing that stuff where they just kind of go in and they have like a doctor like monitor their sleep for a night and just figure out if they got like sleep apnea or whatever. One of those things that I feel like I need to do. Hey, congratulations on no more melatonin. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Like a really awkward spot where there's Hey, there we go. I didn't know you could do that at home. I guess there's probably like apps and other ways to monitor that, but that's really cool though. Hell yeah. Glad it's been working out for you. I guess one of those things. On one hand, I was like, I'm thinking like that would probably be a good thing for me to eventually do, but I also know that like I just stay up late. I just stay up late sometimes, which is why I try to like bring my stream time to end a little earlier, just so it's like I got a bit more. I got oh fuck. Good. Why paint not good? Like just because I know that like I need to try to get to bed like a little earlier, so I got to try to like you know, make it easier for me to have the extra time to do so. How you doing, Muckreel? How you doing? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very happy how that turned out. Oh, yes, that's a good sheet. Got these lads done, and they're like, I mean, I do think I want to do a water effect and then clean up their base rims, but that's not stuff I want to do on stream. Very happy. How you doing? How you doing? I've also been working on these lads that are not done, but they're glued to bases and like reasonably solid. Reasonably solid. I might. That's like one of those models that like I might like fiddle around and touch up on forever. So I think for me it's just gonna be like when am I sick of when am I sick of tweaking this motherfucker and just want to like release him into the world. Like maybe that'll be next week. Maybe that'll be probably not tomorrow because I'm probably gonna do. I have a chaos night that I need to do a video rotator for. Oh, is it trying to do that thing where it's like you want to associate your bed only with sleeping? So like if you're spending a lot of time just like kind of just like staring at the ceiling, not doing great, then your body is just not like there's like a negative association there. So you're just kind of like, okay, I am dead tired. Time to lay in the bed and go to sleep. Because that's what lying in bed does. Lying in bed is for sleeping. I am a person that sleeps in the bed. Oh, yeah, no, I did. I saw both of those. To date, I have not finished text-to-speech, but dear God, have I watched both of those. They're both really, really fun. They're like one of those things that every now and then that, like, I find that they're a really good resource for, like, hey, I want to get somebody in a turnip, but, like, sometimes it's, like, a big investment. Like, no, it starts out like an expensive game or anything. Condition arousal. There's, like, 8 jokes in there I'm going to leave alone. Also, Shastra, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations on the 3 streak. How you doing? How you doing? Been working on the lads, and they're turning out really, really good. Very happy. Especially the glow's kind of hard to see at a distance, but I'm pretty stoked about. Oh yeah, I need to get his tail. I do need to get his tail. Tired but wired is a struggle. It really is. Yeah, I've hit a magical thing where I just like will put on one of the same rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh videos, and that usually gets me to sleep. I got like a couple of people that are just designated, like I like their videos and I do watch them when they're new and everything, but like going back to older ones, it's like Rada, Civi, and Folding Ideas are all like, oh, I need to go to fucking Snooze Town, population me. How do I get there? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Am I gonna watch the same video making fun of NFTs? You bet your ass I will, because I want to get to bed at a good time. They're pretty, like, I also think that, like, they get the mood of Turnip where it's like, yeah, we're all here having fun. This isn't, like, a big sweaty thing. So, like, you know, like doing little goofy things mid-fight and kind of, like, not playing, like, because, like, they introduce, like a couple, like, bringing people halfway through, and they, even in the second video, they're like, fuck it, we're doing a tough-off, but for the toadies. And it's like, that's not in the rules, and even they acknowledge it, but they do it anyway because it's fun. Which is a very strong, like, Turnip ethos that is very, really good to get people jazzed up and ready to do. Yeah, I like Civi's stuff. I'm not, like, a big boom shoot guy, but, like, I just like his presentation style for everything, and he's just, like, a funny guy, so. He's got, like, one loose hand back there. I wonder if I can actually reach that. If I can actually reach that hand. Oh yeah, the Jackalope Knight too. Which is really weird because I swear I saw that Jackalope Knight like before that video. Like maybe I saw it on Instagram or something and it just didn't. And I'm just like, huh. Every time I see it, I'm like, I know I've seen it. I know I've seen that Jackalope Knight somewhere. There we go. Let's see. Two. Another option that, like, so these guys got like little tufts on the base. Hide their floaty bits. Maybe I'll do like a tuft or two on here as well. Especially if I want to make him look like he's like buried in the shrubbery. Stalking and waiting. That's a great idea. Also, I get to use these bigger tufts that like really don't, well, bigger tufts are too big. I'd probably make that work. No, it wasn't a video. Okay. He could be him being in the first video. I might just be remembering from the first video and just totally forgetting that I saw him in the first video. For me, it feels like I saw his model on Instagram or somewhere similar. but I can't guarantee that. Like, I can't, that might, like I said, that might just be a hallucination. I don't know. I don't know. I am often wrong. A little bit of glue on there, and... there we go. Get a little bit on there, and then... I can... so this kind of buries the little tentacle thing, which is kind of fun. Oh, I do kind of like this. I kind of almost like... I almost kind of want to put another one in there, but that'll hide his leg. I don't want to hide the leg. More than this might actually just be enough. Actually, if I put more on there, the garlic guys. Hey, my garlic lads are very traditionally cute. My garlic lads are very traditionally cute. To the point where people said it gave them cuteness aggression, which I consider victory, because usually the compliment is like how I love your things, but they're making me actively sick. I'm like, yay! That one people were like, I love this thing. I want to punch it. So, great victory. So I'm getting some tweezers. But yeah, for the most part, like, I enjoy painting grotesque things because I just find that more fun. But you know, everybody loves my garlic lads. I take them to the big turnip event we ran for people out of state, and like, I love them. They're little lads. Hell yeah, let's go. They don't say little lads. Lads is a thing that I like. I know lads is not like a other people say lads, but definitely like not to the degree I do, or like in my region. There we go. Okay, so now it looks like he's just like comfortably sitting on a patch of grass. And the bottom is going to have some like water effects and stuff. That's a good question. What would it take for this guy to be done? What would I need before I was like, this model's done? Eye glow. I need eye glow on the lats. There we go. That might actually just be it. I used my garlic lads as rootlings. I have 2 units of 6 rootlings, and then the bigger ones I have used. I've recently used them as missile whelps, which is kind of fun. They're primarily to be tokens for like other cults, and also like for the swelling. I put a bunch of them on the swelling base because that's fun. Not where on my palette I was putting this at. Might also make their tongues slightly brighter too. I have like a brighter purple I could use for that. Okay, there we go. Okay, this guy's missing an eye just because of his mutation, but like, man, the yellow on the lad's also mixing with this. Like, look you get that like little bit. Ooh, there we go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. What did I want to do besides that? Tongues, yes. Nearly forgetting. Use a bit of the Proacryl, just regular purple, because it's like a nice light purple. Itty bitty bit of that. Was this clogged too? Fuck. Okay, that's good. Today, I mean, the Proacryl balls aren't too bad. Like these, you have to kind of squeeze them, like, and then kind of, you squeeze them and then I shut it and like a little bit more paint comes out. So I've kind of learned it enough to like really tweak how much I'm getting out of the thing. I don't know if I'd say the Fleshnot's cute, but people do love him. People do love the Fleshnot. Every time people see what the Fleshnot is, they're transfixed. Online IRL, it doesn't matter. If the Fleshnot's in the vicinity, they are looking at him. They're talking about him. That video is now at 400,000 views on Instagram, guys. Daily I get fucking comments and likes and reshares for the fucking Fleshnot. I'm not joking when I say people love him. This isn't like a conceited thing. I'm flabbergasted. I watch in amazement as I upload that thing in like fucking May and people still are like sharing it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why? I know he's a weird looking motherfucker, purposefully so, but like, I was not expecting the level of, like, transfix it leaves people. So I weirdly have multiple lore for my multiple turnip things. Like for this guy, I'm going with the idea that like, so Hive Flight Tiamat can sometimes just transfer its DNA over space through like spores and whatnot without like a direct, like it's sort of like invasion fleet thing. And I'm going with the idea that like, because Turnip's world is already hyper mutagenic and fucked up, that the Genestealer stuff and the kind of base infection of the people really start to interact very, very strangely. And now they're in a like a weird state of like realizing that they are genetically fucked up on two different angles. Like every part of them is unnatural. They've realized that they're like double infected. But it's brought like a weird sense of like clarity. Like they still have like drives from like the Tyranid stuff and then also just like weirdo turnip impulses. But they're trying to manage both the best they can. And they're still trying to like spread a lot of their like infection stuff. I got that. My processional woe, everything that's led by my big cart thing is the Baron's Beat Brigade, where the Baron is a guy who's gigantically, he doesn't have legs because they were blown off in battle. And the lore I'm doing for the Baron, the leader of that, is that he's stupid. He's stupid, he has no real skills, but even as a baby, he was born with like a beautiful baritone voice that makes people think he knows what he's doing and that he's like really wise. So people will see him and he'll just give you like the stupidest battle plans and they're like, you sound like somebody who knows what they're doing. We'll follow you. And he fully believes he's very talented. A lot of his like subordinates are trying to like know. The people have been around, like if you follow him around for too long, the like the whimsy kind of fades. Like, oh no, he's a moron. But they're trying to keep the illusion alive because like they're in deep. So he's got like a lot of skilled subordinates and whatnot. Well, that's one of them. Like, so a lot of people, so I do my turnip stuff really, really weird, where like a lot of people do their turnip where it's like, oh yeah, this is my one army, this is like one unified thing. I basically have like a bunch of sub-armies that I just kind of mix and match with the idea that like every now and then they broker like weird alliances with each other and whatnot. So I got the cult that's trying to chop off feet. And then the garlic guys, I don't have exactly the right lore for just yet. Like I'm still sort of shopping around. What I'm thinking for them that I want to do is that they're like very, very friendly. They're sort of like more like animalistic, but they're very friendly. And so they try to do their best to help out people, but also they have like a weird thing where like if they think that you're near death, they will burrow into your nervous system and try to like help you out, which is not good. I'll be spelling. Hey, I do like that's a good one. I had like some because like I was originally doing my garlic was going to have the lore where like out there was the mythical black garlic, which was a bulba garlic that's supposed to grant your wishes. That the toady was like spreading around as a rumor because like he just shit talks at the bar when he gets drunk, and then one day he like woke up from his hangover stupor and people were like, let's go find it. I might still do that. I might still integrate that with the little garlic lads, as like the little garlic lads might know where the black garlic is and still have the black garlic be this like weird thing of like malign evil that like no like basically imagine telling a bullshit story that you find out is like totally real. You're just like talking shit at a bar, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, you mean the mythical black garlic, right?" And they're like, "What? Like, yeah. We've heard about it, and we want to go check it out. It's written in this book that was written like 10 years ago. So we were waiting for someone just like you who was ready to like lead the expedition." And he's like, "Oh no." Yeah, the stump gun is made of the Baron's leg. I'm going with the idea that the Baron lost 2 legs in battle. But the legs came detached as like fully like wriggling worm things that the party kept around. Nobody's told the Baron that they're his legs. Like nobody has the heart to bring up that it's his legs, but they're weirdly like loyal to the Baron because they're his legs and also can like carry heavy loads. So they stuck a gun to one. I want to do so that was the one I have is the Baron's left leg. I have ideas for the Baron's right leg, but I haven't like. I want to use that for something. I might use that as the Grand Bombard, which is an option. Because I don't have a Grand Bombard. I eventually want to have enough that I could run every cult and turnip. Which is not as impossible as that sounds. Like a lot of cults only require like maybe like 3 unique, like a unit of a unique model, and that might require you to make like, I don't know, like a couple of them, but not too many. So really happy the way the tongue's turned out. Yeah. What do you need, buddy? Do you need anything else? Little wigglers are. And maybe do another like an itty bitty thin highlight on this bat guy. Maybe. No, it's not worth it. How's it? I actually don't know. I don't have any lore explanation for why they have a rocket battery with a hand. I'm kind of just going to like. I do think to some degree having a. I don't think I need a full explanation for everything. Some of it's just, you know, weird shit happens in Turnip. Where did you find that hand? I don't know. Why has it got it? Did you put a rocket on it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. How you doing, Clone Squad? Welcome. How you doing? I've been working on my Turnip Genestealer hybrids tonight, and they've been turning out good. Check out. This is my sniper guy, who is going to be used as Lady Ileana for Turnip28. Yippee! Lady bit on his leg. Hand is already like pretty good. I can get a bitty bit more. The other hand is now buried, which is actually kind of like a happy little accident. I'm dead. Piece of bark. Let me get a tiny bit on the tail top again. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I could, like, the thing, I could give it lore, but I do think there's, like, Turnip does have an element of whimsy. Where I almost think not giving an explanation is inherently more fun. How you doing, Picanor? How you doing? What is your suggestion? What is your suggestion? I know I need to highlight some of them, because these normally do have, like, a spiked tip that has kind of gotten a little bit covered, so I just want to, like, highlight that a wee bit. What is your idea? I could also, actually. Nah, I'm not even gonna go with that. I'm just gonna go with the hand is just there. The hand just exists. What I could do. So I've been like I already got the glow little bit. I could also, besides the eye glow, just have the tongue tip glow. This guy's tongue is like not wide enough to have like a little injector thing. He's just got a vanilla tongue. Yeah, it just showed up one day. I'm not gonna say that they want to get rid of it. They're like, that's weird. Okay, welcome aboard. Let me see. Peek this time. Base turned out pretty legit. Could maybe do a little bit of highlighting around the dirt now that I did some dry brushing. Actually, try that. I get some Steel Legion drab. I'm still trying to keep everything like relatively cool colors as well, which has been working pretty nice. Been pretty happy with my cool color choices. Small dots in them. It's tempting, but the tongue's really thin, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get too many dots. I do think I want to do the glow thing though. I think the glowing idea is good. I do think the glowing idea is good. I just think that the tongue is just kind of too small to do anything more intricate than that. It's a neat idea though. It's a neat idea. Get some Steel Legion drab and there we go. There we go. Just you're doing a very, very, very light dry brush because like I already took the original color, tinted it, and now if I can get that just to add like a wee bit more highlight. And I can also just kind of dry brush a little bit around it too, just to kind of spread that. They're no longer. Yeah, the chocolate mint was a very like in between stage. They were not going to be delicious chocolate mint for long. Yeah. Well, the funny thing is too is I can even go with the idea because it works for different armies. It just shows up. Sometimes it just shows up and they're like, oh, sick. Rocket battery. Fuck yeah, let's go. Which is also funny because it has a dedicated guy. And I did paint him up in the Baron colors, but I might just go with the idea that he just shows up places too. He just shows up with his little rocket battery thing and just like, oh, I'm here now. Anyone want rockets? Yeah. I mean, who's gonna turn down free rockets? You know, free rockets are like are great. If you like free samples of food, you're gonna love free samples of rockets. So the Genestealers are like, could probably just be like. I still think there's more touch-up I can do. I don't think they're quite done yet. I think this is at a state that like I could be done and I could run them as is and probably have an okay time. But I do think that there's like a couple little things I want to do. Like I want to like kind of darken some of the claws, like that back one. I want to what is that? I would like to. Oh yeah, I want to add some like glistening effects as well. Like to the rest to that's like probably glow and then because I want to do gloss on the tongue to make them wet, but I'm curious if I need to do gloss on the tongue and then glow, or if I need to do glow and then gloss. I think it's glow then gloss. I think glow then gloss is the combo I'm looking for. I think that is the true way. I think that's the true path. It's Steel Agent Drab continues to be one of the few G-dubs colors I use a lot. Not because I need to. Like Steel Agent Drab is like probably a color that would be pretty easy to replace with like a different, very similar brown. I just have it, so it's like, and I got it in a dropper bottle, so why not? There we go. Nice. Put some of this up. How much? Not a huge amount. I think I'll go a tiny bit over just so I can get this little bit done because I don't think it's going to be like too super in depth. So it's like, there we go. Might even use a blow dryer on it just to speed things up. Little thick, but it's, you know, it's gonna be a glow tip, so I'm not super worried. How you doing, Grinding? Welcome. How you doing? Oh yeah, I mean, bright colors are pretty good too. I think what happened is like I was looking at turnip armies that I didn't have color schemes for, and I do think High Fleet Tiamat looks nice. I'm not necessarily like I might be going that these guys are like a little because of the Malstrain stuff going to be like a little out of left field. Like they're not actually going to be like 1-to-1 color scheme with Tiamat, but the basis was there. There we go. How you doing? Oh yeah, the rocket battery dude is glued on the base. That's fine. It's fine. I would rather work on new cult stuff that I can add more models to things. Yeah, boy. There we go. That should be good and dried. And then also... sick. Hold on. Remember originally I was wanting that to be like a wet pit thing? What if? Hold on. What if? Hold on. What if Brain Blast? What if Brain Blast? Okay. Okay, I think I'm cooking. There we go. Oh yeah, I've been doing a whole Shibayan records. There's a lot of like recognizable bangers in there. Right, dry that off. I might need another layer later. If I'm blow dry speeding this up, I can actually get another layer. So this is like the whitest crust on this. I am due for another red letter media and paintbrush cleanup day. Just a little bit more. Ooh, I will hydrate in a sec. Hold on. I want to get a little bit more white for this. A little bit more white. There we go. Ah. Oh, my old mimic bones. Get a bit more blow drying. Yay! I love having a blow dryer for minis. And now I'm just gonna take. Oh, you're done. He doesn't have any of it. I'm gonna use Zealot Yellow, which is a yellow speed paint I like using for most of my glowy speed paints, bright speed paints I use for glow effects. I've only just now started using speed paints for their like proper. I did drink. Don't worry. I'm actually super conditioned to drink water. When I'm at the guild, I go through like a fuckload of water. People are like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm thirsty. I'm a thirsty boy." I'm a thirsty little flower. No, I'm not that. I'm not that. I might eventually go back and do another little bit. But I think at the very least, if I do nothing else, that little tip looks pretty good. Go back to this guy now and do a very similar dealio. There you go. I'm very happy how this turned out. We got the funky tongue glow, which is, you know, pretty neat, pretty cool. Then up top, baby, let's go. Crack open the head, release the glow. Surrounding area, which is actually pretty. Actually, I kind of already got like all the highlights around there, so I don't need to worry too much. Get like a little bit into there. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna have this guy be like the leader because of that. Because I think that makes him look appropriately leadery. Ooh, baby, let's go. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. All right, so 4 models done, maybe 5. Actually, this guy's probably still good to go. I gotta like do some water effects and some like other stuff. Basically done. And these guys are really close. Once again, I could run these and not feel bad. I just think there's like a little bit more I could do. Yeah, this was a very productive mini painting stream, and I'm very happy about it. So with that though, it is late. Let's go to the chatting screen. Let's go. Yeah, models don't really have like leaders, but it'd be fun to do anyway. But yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Schedule wise, tomorrow in the Discord, we are going to be watching Hellboy 4. The one that came out last year that nobody knew about. Oh, fucked up the raid free. Which is still buck wild that that's real. And then on Thursday, I will be continuing to read My Immortal, which is going to be pretty legit. Saturday, I'm hoping to finally start Alice Madness Returns. So I meant to do that previously, but Katamari. Listen, everybody. Sometimes you gotta Katamari. And then on Sunday, I will be painting probably more rats. I don't have anything set in stone yet, but like 90% certain it's going to be more rats. So yeah. Let's go. Yeah, everybody on the YouTube side, I'm going to cut you nerds loose. So bye, YouTube people. Bye-bye. And it's so good.